Welcome everybody to Film Club. Yay! And we got a new intro, so that's cool. Yeah, and we've got one of Jay's picks, and we've got Casino. So we're going all 90s gangster, but set in 70s to 80s. Let's go from that. It's a good one. It's going to be a bit of fun. A lot of blood, a lot of guts in it as well, I suppose. A lot of pens, baseball bats, casinos, Las Vegas, baby.
Hammers too. Don't forget some hammers.
The hammers, yeah. There's a lot into it. Anyway, Jay, I have to ask, why Casino?
Right. So, as you said, this is one of my picks. I adore this movie. The 90s mob genre is one that, excuse me, one that I've always liked. It's kind of the genre that opened me up to really watching different kind of movies when I was younger. I know that it started with Goodfellas back when I was like 14. A cousin of mine who was a big movie buff showed me it. And then once I saw that, my eyes opened up to going from, younger audience style movies from your typical casual PG-13 blockbusters and stuff like that into your rated R, different kind of movies, so to speak. So it started with Goodfellas, then Casino, then Reservoir Dogs, and all those kind of movies that followed. But this one stands out as one of my favorite. One, because it's Scorsese, obviously, who I'm a huge fan of and became a huge fan of because of those first two movies that I saw of his. But two, I liked that it was a continuation, or in a certain way, at least with cast and tone and vibe and all that, of the Goodfellas movie. Obviously, De Niro and Pesci star in this one again. Their roles are somewhat similar to what they are in Goodfellas as well, but just slightly different in terms of Pesci being the muscle and De Niro being a little bit more of the thinker, kind of the brains behind some of the operation. And just from a film standpoint, I think it's wonderful. Cinematography, acting, dialogue, music, everything about it. It's just such a good film from top to bottom.
Excellent.
And it's a historical film. This is a very faithful adaptation of the book from Nicholas Pileggi called Casino, Love and Honor in Las Vegas. And these are real historical figures. And of course, when I read the book, I was really careful to try to figure out what was different, what was changed in the film. And as we go through and talk about the theme and certain scenes in the film, I will be sharing how this is very faithful. This does not stray from real life. As gruesome and brutal as some of these scenes are, they are portrayed exactly that way in this book.
Yeah, I must say, like I said when this came out on the wheel of Fortune, I watched it. I think 2-3 weeks before that, and I think this is one of the Scorsese movies you can re-watch again. Now, I must say, and I think Jay said it's a long movie. I always forget how long this movie is. So when I was looking at the box office things, I was like, I understand why it didn't go really, really well off the everybody liked Goodfellas, and then this came out, and I think Goodfellas is a shorter movie, but this is just shy of 3 hours. Now, for this kind of movie, a cinema, I can see, it did well. I'm not denying that, but I think it would have done better if it was down to like 2.5, I think, stretching it. But I don't miss that the bits in it. There's not a bit I would take out, if that makes sense. You could edit it slightly better, but I wouldn't, like, you would have to take out whole scenes that are the aspect of not the characters, but I suppose aspects of the environment they're in. Because I think this is, I'm not sure about the year, but this is like what's got to be starting off at like early 70s into the 80s.
Yeah,
I think
it's in the mid 70s.
Right.
Yeah,
I think it opens with
like
1983, and then
and I like that, and I think, like you said that, Jay, the music. I kept on having a look at when the music was out, because there was a like Fleetwood Mac one. I was like, oh, when was that out? And it was like the single got released in 1976. And I went, they kind of got it right, literally. So if you actually look at that, and I think Scorsese did it well, is I started to be a bit nerdy, and I started going, when was that released? So the music actually is the like a journey through time itself as the movie goes on. What I thought was actually, when I realized that and started being a bit geeky, I was like, very clever. I like that because I was like questioning. Oh, I thought that was 80s and they like that, and I was like, oh, but I did like that, and I like the suits. I think how they portray the suit changes. I think the just going on that, how they all look is great, because you do have that the changes of the styles in this movie
The
is
hairstyle.
really hair, like Sharon Stone's hairstyle change very like goes through the like every 5, I suppose, like not decade, but it's like 5-year chops, I suppose. It's like that. And the
Even
suits, I like how the suits, the eras really change, but it's like I like it because it's very that gangster looking suit still, I suppose, is the best way to do it. Like if you saw, he's a bit nasty kind of suit, but they're like always prim, proper, well dressed. But I like how it goes through the early ones are like you got the browns and the pastel blues and everything, and then it goes into really flamboyant a little bit later. And I think what's it like Sam is wearing that a pink suit, and I love that.
Some
it's
salmon,
like the iconic
pinks, and
and I think I like how I will look at Jay go like you will set it off, but I like how it starts. I think the beginning of it gets you into the movie, and I'll let you, Jay. What happens at the start?
Yeah, so the beginning, actually, I found the beginning because I forgot about this little scene with the car explosion right when you start. I totally forgot about that, and it's actually a little bit funny, to be honest. I wasn't really expecting it because it just looks so silly, and just him kind of flying through the air is this whole thing. But it starts with him walking out of a restaurant or some building, rather.
It's a restaurant, yeah.
Is it yeah, I thought it might have been a restaurant. In 1983, I believe, is the time they give. And, he opts into the car, his car explodes, and then from there, it's this little title scene. But essentially, it sets up like this is kind of the end result that the movie, his character will be in to a degree. And then it's let's start from the beginning type of thing, where they go back to essentially the start of how the Sam Rothstein character found himself out in Las Vegas back in the, I want to say 1973 era, when they were setting up these casinos. And it's a really, really, the whole, honestly, beginning section of this movie is a really well narrated narrated portion of the movie, where the whole thing is narrated very much like a Scorsese mob movie of that time. Goodfellas is the same way. But it's just really well done. The kind of bounce back and forth between him and Joe Pesci's character, Nicky, who's doing his narrating of his side and his perspective, is really interesting in terms of how it sets up their characters and their kind of perspectives of how they view the potential of Las Vegas, and also just their kind of views of what they do for the mob in their respective kind of roles, where Sam Rothstein has been a bookie and a big gambling guy, one who knows all the inside information and gets all the calls right, versus Pesci, who's just the muscle, the enforcer of the mob type of thing.
I listen to it. They call him the handicapper. Like that's what
right.
Yeah.
It's all about the math.
Yeah.
I'm disappointed just a bit that, and unfortunately, it would make the movie a 4-hour movie. But the book really talks about, and so Sam Rothstein is actually Lefty Rosenthal. Lefty's first name is really Frank, but he began making odds on horses when he was just a kid because he could do the math. And he would read everything about
don't they say that? Sorry, just when they say in the movie he started betting when he was 13 or something.
Yeah, when he was 15. But they the book, of course, really goes into why his father owned a grocery, not a grocery store, but a grocery wholesaler. So he was kind of upper middle class. His father owned horses, so he was at the racetrack all the time. He also learned about other sports. He would read everything, and he would know every player, and all the other bookmakers would get it wrong. So even as a kid, he was the one that people went to for the odds, and for the tips and for the hits. So he was making money that way from being a kid, not because he was betting. He was making money from the people who relied on his tips, whether they won or not. So see, he had the sure thing. He wasn't going to lose. He was constantly making the money. And that's what set him apart from the other bookmakers and you notice in the movie he used the words degenerates. These degenerate dealers, he looked down on gamblers because he was smarter than them. And that sort of set the tone in the book. I appreciate, how they set the tone in the film, but just that little bit more from the book that gives you kind of his insight as to why he does look down on the gamblers, because he was going to make money either way, win or lose.
Right. And they do, like you said, they do attempt to go into that a bit and set that up. They don't lean into it probably as much as they could have to add a little extra dynamic to his character, but they do try to at least touch on it with his view of kind of not so much the people he's looking down on, but just the overall system and the way he explains it, how it works, which is that, he says it in that beginning kind of opening narration quite a bit, where it's like beyond just the gambling that he had done in the past, because you hear more of that from Pesci's or the bookkeeping or whatever that he had done in the past. You hear that more from Pesci's perspective. From his, he just talks a lot about how he views the system of the casino being for the house to win and house to always win, and just kind of looking at the people of it as, I don't know that he uses the term degenerate. He might use degenerates, but the way he just kind of views them as essentially the vessel that gets money into the casino, and that's really all that they are. The comping them, the all this kind of stuff. The idea is that he's pushing is that the house is always going to win, and we're doing whatever we can to just keep these people in here and keep them gambling. So he already has that kind of disconnect from the people gambling and losing money to the money that they're making, where it's really just, you guys are the vessel that walks the money into the building for us.
And he's a little smarter than the mobsters that he grew up with. So again, in the book, it does go into he and Nicky Santoro. The real life character is Tony Spilatro. I had to write all these down because they're so close. They did grow up together. And what set him apart was they were, to your point, the enforcers, the muscles, but they weren't smart.
Right.
Like they were all going to end up in jail or in a ditch, but he was smarter and they needed him. And he made the bosses back home rely on his smarts to always win them money, win or lose. He was going to win. He was kicking back money there, plus his good tips. And, for the most part, they were winning based on his brains, not based on his muscle, not based on him, threats, loan sharking, none of that. It was really and truly his hard work. And he made time every day to study all the sheets and to study all the tips and all the information about every team and every game that was going on. He kind of an amazing person. I mean, I really am glad that I read this book.
No, and it's interesting. And it was, you could tell in the movie, and it's interesting to kind of hear the real side of it, where they obviously valued his skill set more than anybody else's. You look at a Joe Pesci's character in the movie, he's probably as good at what he does as, Sam Rothstein is at what he does. It's just that the muscle is something that's a lot more replaceable. You're always going to find somebody who's vicious and tough and willing to kind of do the muscle kind of work, whereas a brain like Sam Rothstein's in this movie, or I'm already forgetting the real life person's name,
Lefty Rosenthal.
Lefty Rosenthal. A brain like that is something that's a lot harder to replace.
But they set that as well. Like the start of this movie, they set it up quite well. Like in that thing, because like one of the scenes is like they show the Vegas of like the manipulation of like the guy goes into the back room, is it called? I can't remember, where he just goes in.
Room,
they're all like skimming off the top, and he just takes a suitcase out. Nobody looks in, and then it shows you like it tells you sets it up quite well about the Italians going to Kansas City because that's the closest they could get without being arrested, and then it kind of goes into them kind of like with Sam. Is like there's that scene of like they're going, oh, we want you to kind of take over, and he's just like, I don't know if I could. That and he's obviously he's the best at that kind of job, and even to him, he's still like, as you say, he's cleverer. He knows I'm going to manipulate you a little bit, if it's going to be, if you like, he doesn't go like straight in saying yes, I've got the job of my life. He's like, if we do this, I'm going to have to do it 100% my way. It's going to be run my way. It's like that, and then of course. It's it cuts back as well then to a little clip of him back what how many years later. I like it because he's doing the bookie, and then there's one he goes into like the chalkboard, don't they? So it's a backstreet bookies, and then once he makes the bet, everybody runs off. And then they make the phone call. It's like, oh, that's what he just bet. And I like that. And then of course I can't remember the Don's name he gives the money to. And then
Remo.
Is it
Remo?
Remo?
Okay. Is it the more chubby one, I suppose we call it out the other one. And then like Nicky's there, he comes in, gives him the money, goes, how, like, I can't remember what I'm guessing the who was playing, but he's like, nobody got like Michigan or something, doesn't he? Like whoever
it was like Oklahoma, Michigan or something. Nobody gets that. Right.
Yeah, and then how do you do that? And he goes, I can't say. And then he goes, gives him like a bundle of cash, and then he's like, "Yeah, what's your next bet?" And he's like, "I can tell you on Thursday." He's really coy about it. He's very no smile. I've not done anything right. This is just a job. And then he tells kind of straight away Nicky's character, doesn't he? Gives him much about, he's making money for us, and he's like, just kind of like look after him, and exactly what he means, and it means don't let anybody, excuse my French, like fuck around with him. Not like that. Right. If anybody tries to mess with this guy, you've got to you're looking after him now. He's I suppose an associate. He's kind of not one of us, but he's making us money, so he's kosher, I suppose, is the best way to say.
Which good thing interesting you said kosher. The reason why he can't be in the mob is because he's Jewish. And that's exactly why. And it's funny because when you compare like Goodfellas to The Godfather to The Sopranos to this, which is kind of the four, the four big ones, there's always someone who's on the outside, whether it's because they're Irish or because they're Jewish or whatever. They can't be fully in because they're not. It's not just Italian. You have to be Sicilian. That's
don't they say that in Goodfellas? You have to trace your line back to the old country. The old
Sicily.
Yeah.
Now I did want to just pick up one point when you mentioned about Kansas City being the closest to Vegas, because when I was reading the book, I couldn't figure out, well, obviously they're betting by phone. Why do they have to be close? I mean, today we have the internet, we have computers, which we know we have today. Why do they have to be physically close? Because the odds changing on these games would change so quickly. A phone call, and it's laid out in the book, a phone call from New York or New Jersey, where these guys are from, literally takes longer to Vegas and back than a phone call from Chicago, from Kansas City. So they physically had to get closer because of the chance of not getting through on a phone line when the odds were changing. It doesn't compute for us because we get information in a split second. But back then, just a few minutes waiting for and I remember as a kid, sometimes waiting for a phone line when you're making a call. It's not busy. It just won't go through on the old dial phones. But they were actually waiting for phone lines. So they had to get the mobsters as close as possible to Las Vegas so the phone calls would go through quicker. Who would even think? But
that's actually really interesting because I was wondering why exactly they needed to be in the Kansas City little grocery store there, and it seemed like they were just swapping essentially money or bringing money drop.
Yeah, so I thought he was. He's like,
I couldn't really understand that, but now knowing that that's the real reason, that makes a lot more sense. I wish they honestly kind of detailed that a little bit, just to have known it or something along those lines to have known it.
And I like how through this you always got like the mums or the grandmas always cooking.
Yeah, well, I believe that's Scorsese's. I believe that's Scorsese's mother, right? Because she was in Goodfellas too.
She's in Goodfellas. Yeah, she
plays Joe Pesci's mother in that.
Yeah,
she was also in The Godfather, and
that's right.
I have made my list of the people who've made their way across more than one of these films because it's a pattern. But yeah,
I think you do have those directors that are liking their look. Now, I had a little discussion. I think it's like Scorsese does his theme. You've got to he's done some really not very good movies, but the ones that work are this theme movie, I suppose, the gangster one. But then he has the characters he likes to use. You know, if it's Leo, Robert De Niro, you know, all that. He like Joe Pesci. He likes to use them. But then you've got other directors who does exactly the same, like Tim Burton. He has his group of actors, but then the genre he has the style of his, but the genre is different. That works, and I think that like Martin Scorsese, he does well with this genre. I like some of the other movies when he goes away from it aren't really good movies, and everybody remembers Scorsese gangster movies.
That's definitely kind of his bread and butter. You know, when you think of even just kind of crime ones, like, you know, you look at The Departed, is another one where not as mobby as much as it is kind of, you know, cops and just the whole crooked side of it mixed with the Irish mob in Boston. But then you have The Irishman. So it's definitely kind of his bread and butter.
No, was that Boston?
It's definitely his kind of bread and butter or his wheelhouse in terms of, you know, some of his best work comes from this genre, if not, you know, his actual best work. But, so one thing actually I wanted to point to, which was the scene that you pointed out, Stasis, where Sam is kind of being asked to, you know, do the to run this casino. And you put out a great thing where it's kind of very quickly you see, and that's in that moment, and Joe Pesci kind of talks over it. You know, I think while he's narrating, he says something like, you know, Ace is the only guy who would talk you out of something like this or try to talk you out of it. But I think that kind of is a little clever thing that's done in the movie to show that, like Sandy said, these other mob guys, especially these enforcers, they're just not as smart as somebody like Ace, where he's not necessarily trying to sell you on, at least in that spot. I don't think he's trying to sell the guy on him not having the job, as much as it is what you said, which is manipulating the scenario like on the spot in real time, where I'm not going to seem too eager, because if I seem too eager, I don't have much say in all this. You kind of put me in there. Whereas I'm going to make you guys essentially kind of beg for me. And the second he kind of gives way, the guy he's talking to gives way to that and kind of is like, well, come on, you know, you do it for this and don't worry about the license, blah, blah, blah. He realizes, all right, now I'm going to say, if we do this, we do it my way entirely. It's the only way. So he just very quickly gains that position of power from somebody who was trying to give him quite literally a position of power. And that one quick convo, he flips it around and he takes, you know, kind of advantage of that situation to give him a little extra power in the scenario. And it's something that, you know, the narration doesn't even pick up on, because Pesci just doesn't think the way Ace does, which I thought was a really clever little thing and really sets up the difference of the two kind of mob types in this, or the two main ones.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. It kind of streams out that there are two identities to this movie. There's the mobs, and it's kind of Sam's character. He's like he's in it for, I suppose, where they're in it for the long run. They're in it for the family. He's in it for the game.
Right.
If that makes sense. He's in it for the prestige of, like, you know, knowing I know better than I can do better than anybody else.
Right.
But
he knows he'll never be the family. So it's for him, it's what can I get out of this?
Yeah. But I like that, like, so we've just got introduced to Nikki, and the next scene shows what Nikki is. I love that, because it's literally, he's been told, so they're in a very, I suppose, American bar, very long bar. It's like that, and I can't. It's the guy's just literally Sam comes in like, you know, very blasé. Hi everyone, gives it like handshake because he might know them. He's very polite. Let's say that how he goes in. But one of
in the room type of thing.
Yeah, and one of them's like, what the f? Who do you think he is? You know, like, because I think he talks to the girl he's kind of talking to, and he gets like a bit like he gets his back up. But then he like, there's no interaction. He goes to the bar. He like, Nikki's there, hey, you know, like all that, and then there's a pen.
It's a very nice fountain pen, and I can tell you that was a nice pen. And he noticed that was a nice, expensive pen.
Yeah. So the pen scene, and I think this is great. The pen scene is. There's a few scenes, the gruesome scenes in this, that like literally hits home. Like, you're always going to remember. But this one is kind of there because it's to show Nicky as I've got your back, but I also won't take shit off anyone. I will literally, I'm a bit tapped. You've got to back off. And I think you get that a little bit interactions like Sam knows about it. Like he does that voiceover, and he knows you don't like Nikki can fly off the handle. Let's say that. So, Jay, go through the scene. Let's go for it as politely as you can.
Yeah. So obviously, as Stasis just set up, De Niro's character Ace walks into the room. He's, says hello to this woman who's talking to some other guy, whatever. The guy's really irrelevant in the whole thing until he makes himself relevant, which is something that Nikki takes offense to. Ace notices as he's greeting Nikki and whoever the hell Nikki's with, I forget at the moment, but one of the other mob guys Nikki's with, he notices this nice fountain pen on the countertop or the bar top, and he just asked the guy who it's directly next, like, hey, is this yours by chance? I saw it here. And the guy, like Stacey said, I think already has his back up because of the way Ace entered the room and spoke to the woman he, had been at the bar with. But so he's asked if it's his. The guy basically tells him to go screw himself in a much more vulgar way. And
stick it up your
stick it up your
pen, stick it up, yeah.
And then so immediately, and it's funny because while you can see tension escalating between this guy and Nikki, who's not even really part of the scenario until he also makes himself a part of it. You see Sam kind of just like, what? I thought it was a nice pen. Like he's very, I think he's playing it innocent in this. I don't think he's playing it as if it's, he knows what Nikki's about to do. To me, he comes off as like, not super pissed off that the guy just did it, more stunned at like, well, Jesus, I was just trying to give you your pen back. I thought it might be yours. So he's kind of having that reaction of like, what the hell just happened here? Why did this escalate? And very quietly, Nikki makes his way around his back, goes to the guy, takes the pen, and just starts, for lack of a better way to put it, placing it inside of the guy's neck repeatedly. I don't know how else to say that. YouTube's friendly, but so he attacks the guy with the pen, and it's funny because the guy's, again, image-wise, the guy's fairly big. I mean, he's a little bit taller than Ace's character. Oh, than Robert De Niro, I guess, just in general, since it's not a character thing. He's taller than De Niro, and obviously Pesci's a smaller guy. And they reference him as the little guy a few times in the movie. And the guy is, hefty. He's a bigger guy. So the way Nikki just brings him down immediately, really, and just viciously with the gore effects of it, it really kind of sets the idea of like Stacey said, this is somebody who's not going to take shit from anybody. Don't mess with them or don't mess with anybody. He's either tasked with keeping an eye on or keeps an eye on because it's, part of his crew or something like that.
Yeah. But I think it's also because like when Sam Ace goes through, there's a couple other guys there who blatantly the guy who gets stabbed in the neck, his mates. And literally they back off. Nobody does anything. And it's literally they
shock.
They know you don't mess with this guy. If they reacted to it, it would be worse. They just gotta let it happen. Hopefully, like their mate kind of comes out of it alive. Otherwise, it's that whole it's the scene. And like I can't remember even when like who's in this a lot of them, most of the movies, Nikki's right hand man, I always forget his name.
Frank Vincent, great Frank Vincent. He plays Frank Marino in this film.
Yeah, got a very, very calm voice. Let's say that. But he's there and he's just like, let him, like you can see him in the background going, the moment when he needs to go, come on, back off. That. Yeah. Like he's had enough. He's kind of had enough. Like, I'm not going to stop you until the guy's had enough. And it sets it up. The dynamic between the two is you've got the money earner for the mob, and then you've got kind of, I suppose, like in hockey terms, you're going to go for the enforcer,
right?
That's what you got. You've got the two. You've got that kind of thing. I'm always going to protect you, but you're always going to get us the win, I suppose.
And I think De Niro makes some line about that in the movie where they view Nikki's character as the one who makes sure things get paid or makes sure that something. He does say something along the lines of him essentially being exactly that, the enforcer, the one who makes sure debts get paid or things get squared up.
And this scene, this is the one that made me wonder, okay, is this really how this character acted in real life? Is this the character as it was written, or is this Joe Pesci just being Joe Pesci, right? Because this is so similar to how Tommy in Goodfellas, Joe Pesci's character, how he went off at Spider, right? Played by Michael Imperioli. They look the same. They act the same. They have a temper that you can't control. In both films, the Nikki Tommy character grew up with the main character. You know, in this case, he did grow up with the Robert De Niro character with Ace. So I was like, oh, here we go again. It's Joe Pesci being Joe Pesci. No, in the book, this scene played out exactly like it happened in real life. This guy went off. That this is exactly how this character was. So then it made me think, well, in the mob world, then to your point, there was a role for everyone. And there's probably 100 other stories where you're going to find a guy like this, a Joe Pesci, a Tony Spilatro, a Tommy from Goodfellas, a Nicky Santoro. And yeah, they're uncontrollable. And this is exactly how he's portrayed in the book. Now, what I think, what maybe, kind of goes overboard, some of his mannerisms. Is he always a big talker? That not so much in the book. Like he's not the loud, big talker, boastful one, but he's the one that's going to go off in a minute and maybe in a quiet way. And yeah, and do what he did with the pen, or do what he did in Goodfellas to Spider, or do what he did to Frank Vincent in
I was going to say
Goodfellas.
that. Yep. I believe Frank
When he
Vincent plays
mentioned,
the shine box and all that.
go
That,
get
that
your
whole
shine
scene.
box,
Yep.
which is incredibly
Oh,
confusing
color,
because in real life, the Tommy in the Henry Hill story, Goodfellas, and the Nicky in Casino were both shoeshine boys. Yes, the book
Oh,
describes
no kidding.
Nicky Tony growing up as a shoeshine boy. And then my brain almost exploded. I was like, wait a minute, the shine box thing, that's in Goodfellas, not in
Yep.
Casino. But then Frank Vincent's everywhere. So that confuses everything. So it's all this, the story, these mob stories, they are very repetitive in real life, not just in the films.
Yeah,
Which
but I like
kind
that
of-
because it's sorry, because it kind of sets it all up though, doesn't it? It just sets it up for the
Right.
movie. It just sets this little play. But then, like, this is like it jumps. This is what I like it. This was like a good setup of the movie. It then jumps into Vegas, doesn't it? It's the next point of Sam is the head of the Tangiers. And then it sets it up, and then it has a very great voiceover. And I don't think anybody actually really talks. It's just the next like 5 minutes is him explaining Vegas, explaining the scenarios, explaining kind of the high rollers, what Vegas is. And there's the scene with the cowboy guy. There's like what it's like that slot machines, and it's showing, yeah, you might be running Vegas, but there's still people you need to answer to that kind of, I suppose, own the land or own, like the control of the politicians who are, you got to do them a favor. And if you don't, they're still going to F you up. It's like that. And I like that because then there's the scene like shows the manipulation of like, I think it's a senator. He brings back a cool girl or whatever, and they go up and, that's it. And then you have the high rollers. I think the guys from Japan.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, and then they've lost millions to him, and then they fake that the engine's gone out on a plane or something, and he has to bring it back. And it's all about, if you keep them playing, they're gonna lose.
They're gonna give it back, right?
Yeah, so that getting back, and then that's it. I love that setup. It's just showing, like how the casinos know, like, you're never gonna win. You're never as lucky as you're gonna be, or as how smart you're gonna be. They're the smarter because they're not playing. And I think that goes back to what Sandy said earlier. Is about Sam. He knew he's the winner because he's not putting a bet on. He's taking the money.
Exactly.
They're taking it, put a bet on.
Which really goes to show again the level of intellect he has versus even the guys he's working for. It's not just that he's smarter than Joe Pesci's character, some of the mob guys running with Pesci. He fancies himself to be smarter than the guys running the mob, the guys back east too. So it's kind of a double-edged sword where the guys back east do look at him as incredibly smart, and that's why they want to protect him so much. But that also creates a little bit of an ego for him where he now sees himself as the main thing making that casino function, work, and run. So now he actually also fancies himself as smarter than essentially everybody else around him.
Yeah, but I
He
think
doesn't
that goes
respect
through.
them. Yep.
No,
Right.
yeah, but I think that goes through as well when it goes through that scene is like the pit boss are looking at the such and such, the such and
Yeah,
such,
everybody who's kind of watching the
and then
next.
and then I'm the eyes of Sky. I'm watching everyone, and that's what he is because he even has what he calls the eyes in the sky. It's the CTV, isn't it? Is like he has that at his home. So I'm watching you all. You cannot get any. I'm better than you. You will not cheat me. I've got past things, and I think then that introduces a very dynamic, flamboyant character of Sharon Stone as Ginger, who is at the craps table, if I remember rightly.
I love this scene.
Yeah, I believe so.
This is one of my favorite scenes in any movie, absolutely ever. And I love the way she looks. I love her attitude. And again, in the book, this is exactly how Lefty Rosenthal describes meeting in real life. Her name is Geri, Geri, who is a dancer and a hustler and a card shark and everything you can imagine. Um, in her life, she is the breadwinner in real life for her entire family, and she spends all day long working and hustling and looking for that one guy who's going to provide for everything for her entire family for the rest of her life. And reading the scene in the book and seeing the scene in the film, I love this scene.
I also enjoy this scene. I think it sets up her character very interesting because obviously, seeing it again on this rewatch, knowing where her character ends up versus how they set it up. I think of all in the movie, she goes through the biggest character arc in terms of at this point, you kind of look at her as like she's some like, a strong woman in the world of like, all right, all these men out here are in this world of these gamblers, these high rollers that she's kind of messing around with and all that, have considerably more power than her and all these different things. But she finds a way to kind of create her own fortune, her own money, her own system within all of them. When you've got these mob dealings going on, obviously these rich and powerful politicians and kind of guys she's, hanging around with or hanging on their arms. She finds her own way to say, all right, I'm going to get my own piece of this pie one way or another. And she comes off as really, strong, independent and all that in this in a good kind of organic, natural way that doesn't feel forced. And then obviously her character goes on quite a ride by the end of the movie. Her weaknesses and the things like that ultimately derail her.
I think the best bit of the whole scene is, when she kind of gets outed for stealing a couple of chips. Then she's pocketing the chips, puts the lipstick on from the guy she's helping do craps, and then like he refuses to kind of gives her a little bit of chips and goes, "Look, I know you've been stealing from me all night." Like that's it. And then she goes, I made loads of money for you. But at that time, like the eyes in the sky have already pointed her out that she's doing this. So like they all come down. Sam's there with his little entourage behind him. And it's kind of like, are they going to out her? And then she kind of goes, F you, and then throws all these chips up in the air. And everybody goes for it. And the next bit is the best bit because she catches Sam's eye. And it's just like, hey, it's me. Kind of like that. But the best bit after that is when she walks off. And it's just, she knows what she's doing. She knows you're more important than anybody here.
Right.
You're the man. You're the money. And like she knows. And at this time, she kind of, and it goes into it. She'll do anything to get the money. She will be with the man that will get the money. Especially, I don't have to love you. You're gonna provide for me. You're gonna give me the money, and that whole look, and it's when she just pans over and just there's that little smile. It's just like, yeah, it's me, and then it's just like that, and she just nails that bit. I like, I'm an attractive lady. What are you gonna do? I know you like me. I know you like me, and she just gives that kind of swayer to kind of go off, and then of course it goes into her kind of thing that she is. She's been around. Let's say that, like, she knows all the pit bosses. She knows all the like the security guards. She even knows the valets.
Mhm.
Everybody. She's like that, and she knows how to treat people. Here's whatever. Like she's always giving tips. She knows if she does that, she will always get an advancement. She will always be their friend. So
Mhm.
she's clever. She's obviously she's manipulated the system for a while, except for when it comes to the controlling factor of her life that she can't get away from is her. I think they call it her old pimp boss,
Mhm.
played by James Woods, and it's like
Right.
that. Who's literally I can't remember what's his name in this.
Lester.
Lester,
Lester.
Lester, who's slimy
Right.
little disgusting man. Let's put it that way. Who's manipulating her blatantly for years. You know,
Mhm.
he's got that little hole, and he's gonna use it as much as he can. So I'm guessing that's different from the book,
Not
maybe
too
because
far different from the
not too
book.
far. Yeah, okay, you go on
But
then.
let me go back to the scene we were talking about, because I wanted to read the quote from the book
Mm,
because there are a few things here that get picked up later in the film. But I think Scorsese did such an amazing job with this scene as described in the book, and it's exactly the way that it's described. So at this point in the book, the chips are flying through the air, and it picks up the guy she was with is screaming and scooping up as many as he can. The security guys and the dealers, they're handing him 6, but they're pocketing 3. It's a wild scene. At
Mhm.
that point, I can't take my eyes off her. She's standing there like royalty. She and I are the only 2 people in the whole casino. She looks over at me, and I'm looking at her. "You like that, huh?" That's what she seems to say. She walks out the door. That's when I realized I was in love. That's exactly the scene.
Yeah,
That is
wow, that is impressive. In terms of, you know, and I got to give credit to most likely Scorsese with this, but in terms of his direction to take those words and put them in physical action, and then the
yep.
actors to carry it out, that is really impressive. Because exactly how you said that, I can picture it as it played out, during the actual scene.
Her looks, her glance back at him, like you said, when
Mhm.
he gets, he catches her eye and she catches his. Now, about her doing that and throwing the chips in the air and the cameras catching her. She has already established herself in every major casino on the strip as a hustler. She's paying off everyone. These
mm,
casinos operate like self-contained little worlds in
Mhm.
their own world. Everybody's making money, and they're all making money off the stiffs. The tourists who come in and do spend their money and lose.
Mhm.
Everyone else is on the hustle. Everybody else is on the game. And like they say, from the dealers to the pit bosses, he goes into describing the valet parkers about how they know everything.
yeah,
That's true. In the book, the valet to be a valet parker in Vegas, you had to pay the casino. They didn't pay you. You had to pay the casino $50,000 for the privilege of valet parking because number 1, you were gonna get tips, but number 2, you were gonna get information, and that
Mm.
information you could sell, and that's exactly what they did. It's truly
Interesting.
amazing. No one was gonna do anything to Ginger because they were all getting paid by her. She could steal. Are you ready for this? They estimated when Ginger met her demise, um, and there was an investigation. They estimated that she pulled in over $500,000 a year
Wow.
hustling in Vegas. And
nice.
like I said, in real life, she lived in a house in Vegas. She took care of her mother who was ailing. She took care of her sister who was ailing and her sister's children. And
Wow.
she was motivated by taking care of them. And there was a Lester. His name, I forget his name now. Wes. I think it was Wes. Ooh, I'm gonna have to go back and look.
Lester.
Yeah, he was her high school sweetheart.
Mhm.
And they did when she says in the film, "I've known him since we were kids." That is true. He's a guy in real life she knew since they were kids. Um, he would come in and out of her life for money. He kept trying different things and failing. He was a pimp. He was a hustler. He was a deal. Like I think he was a dealer too. Um, but she couldn't let him go because everybody in her life depended on her.
Mhm.
And what she did well was she started out as a real dancer, a actual real ballet modern dancer. She got a scholarship for dance and then ended up in Vegas as a dancer and then, found out she could make more money stealing essentially. He was a dancer too. So they grew up with this idea that, they had a common, hobby, a common passion for dancing. And she was much more successful. And he just kept, um, you know, uh, having rejection after rejection. And she just always felt it was her job to take care of people because she was doing so well, whether it was legitimately or, illegitimately by stealing.
Yeah, I do. Again, it's a great setup by Scorsese. It's like showing again, like because I think like there's what's it that he puts like a diamond, like the first date he puts like a brooch, like a ridiculous, like it must be like 100,000. And I think that's when like first money, like she has a bundle of money, and I think she's probably pawned it to give it to him, and it's like that, and it's just showing that kind of thing, like, oh, there's not love here. There's not love here. It's literally, she's out it for the money. But my question is, and I said this, is why in the movie is she called Ginger?
I have to imagine some random nickname because she doesn't have red hair or anything. So I guess
in the book she's called.
What was it?
Well, her real name is Jerry, but she's called Ginger in the movie. I gotta think maybe it's a nod to Ginger Rogers because Ginger Rogers was an amazing dancer.
Maybe. Okay, yeah, okay. Was there her nickname ever in the book?
I don't know. It's only Jerry, I think.
Yeah, because I was like, I don't get like I could like maybe I always thought when I was like, is she being recut? Like, was there a casting for a ginger actress? And
see, we
ginger,
don't use that here.
Yeah.
We don't use that for redhead here.
Okay.
No, Ginger would be Ginger Rogers, and she had platinum blonde hair, so we don't use Ginger for redhead here.
Okay.
No.
Fair enough. Okay. There you go then. There you go. So yeah, but yeah, I so going on, I think this is just showing the like from her being introduced and like she's not known. I suppose she's the like she's a Vegas girl, I'm guessing like that, and she's very, let's say she's a dancer. She's like a Hollywood, but not Hollywood, I suppose. Like things, and then of course Nicky has, I think he goes to Antwerp and he's like, they show his family, he's doing some dodgy dealings with some diamonds. He has that thing with his wife's hair, doesn't he? And to get the diamonds out, and he's like scrunching it out, and then he kind of tells Sam, I'm like, oh, would you mind if I came over here? And it's like that, and then of course, like, yeah, wouldn't, but like there's a bit like where they go with his wife to his like penthouse, I suppose it is, and then they see Ginger, and he's like, what have you been doing here? Right. And he's like that, and then of course he goes, and I like the scene because there's a good in the car, they're going through the strip, I guess, and it is and they're going like it's different, you can't, Sam like saying to Joe Pesci's character, like you can't act the way you act out east. You have to be a bit, a bit more coy. You have to be a bit more subtle about things. He's like, I understand. Don't worry. I'll come out here and we can just make some money. And then of course, I think like Nikki's character says like, yeah, if I needed permission to come out here or whatever. And then Sam's character says he had like a false safe idea about how to win. If he won, he collected the money. If he didn't win, he would tell the bookies to go fuck themselves.
Yeah.
Like that. And I think that's literally near enough a quote in the movie. And then there's like the one where he goes to like I don't know, I'm guessing it's like whatever bookie it is, a very big one, and then he goes, I thought you were messing around, like that. I thought you were joking. And he's like, and he's like, he's obviously tone is something they've not seen before. Is like, I think when he goes, oh, look, do you want your face smashed through a window or something or whatever? And they're like, I don't think they're used to it. And then he goes, oh, like, oh, here's the money. Oh, you had the money here always.
Right. It
And
was
then
always
it's
ready.
like,
Right.
you're
It's the
always
bad
ready.
guy's
But
the
then,
white boy. Mhm.
and then it kind of goes flicks through. And I like the next bit is then they quickly go, oh, he's an arsehole, but look, he's a family man. Because I've like the next scene is like his kid playing, I'm guessing
Baseball.
correct me if I
Baseball. It's
Little
called
League. It's Little
baseball.
League.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
it's Little
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 League.
League.
League,
That's
Little
true.
League. And then he's there with, I think he's a cop, in it. He's like, they say
Yeah,
he's like,
he's
oh,
He's like an
he was
FBI
Yeah,
agent's
big
kid.
yeah,
Yeah.
cop.
yeah. But he goes,
Big-time
but that was
rival.
put aside for the kids and all that. And it's a great, I love that little scene. It's just like, I'm a nasty, but I love my kid. And then, like, I think later on we have some, is it the waffle? Is it waffles?
Pancakes.
Like, yeah, pancakes, yeah, like that. But I love it because you like you can see, yeah, I'm all for my son. It's all about the family, but you're gonna mess with me. You're gonna mess with me because, and then again it flicks through to the next bit, and I think this is the great one because he's got a little man syndrome. Let's put it that
He
way.
does.
But he goes. There's two. I can't remember like. What do they call it in Godfather? The Goodfellas when they're like made guys, isn't it?
Made
They're
men.
Made men.
two made guys are at the Tangiers. They've made a little bit of money, and he goes up to them. They're collecting their money, and he goes, "Hey, what you two doing here? Oh, what, you here?" And he goes, "Yeah, we're." And it's really awkward scene because they're like they're not explaining each other, but they know Nikki's there. Oh, where did Carmine, something like that.
Maybe I think
Yeah,
Carmine.
Carmine. Where did he go? Oh, he went across the road. Like he's not there anymore. And then like Nikki just kind of cuts him out of like, this is my place. This is our place. You might be a different, I'm guessing they're a different group of the mob, but they, different crew. But they got that kind of, hey, we shouldn't have done what we done. Hands up, we're just going to walk out without the money. And it's great. And then again, it goes back to the whole casino kind of like, you don't rip off the casinos. And then it goes into the next one is the only one like a hillbilly, excuse me, like who's losing loads of money, and this kind of geeky guy who's always guessing right, and they can't understand. They've got everybody having a look, and then we have a cattle prod and a hammer. Let's just go for that.
Again,
but I like
true to life. This actually happened. By the way, also the diamonds falling out of being smuggled in Nikki's wife's hair, that happened as well. That was true as well. But yeah, the cheaters with the transmitter, whether it was using signals, and in the book they described it usually took 4 or 5 people around these different tables to be sharing signals, and then one person would be winning. And yes, it totally was true. They would either zap you or just pick you up and walk you out. They would create a distraction, like they created the happy birthday situation to try to distract some of the customers. But that totally happened. They took them into back rooms and they dealt with them in those back rooms.
And I really like this scene because it's the first time you kind of see the don't mess with me vibe to this degree from Sam. Because to this point, it's really just, it almost seems as if any enforcing that's going to be done is going to come from Joe Pesci's character, Nikki. But here we see Sam has a little bit of that side of him as well. He's obviously the brains. He's obviously a bit of his kind of keep the hands clean to a degree. And he says that quite a bit, how everything's legal and he wants to run a square joint and all that kind of stuff. So to this, for the most part, he wants to keep his hands clear of getting dirty type of thing. But here, obviously, we see him again. The scheme between the two is fairly clever. I mean, to think people were actually using these little Morse code transmitters, from leg to leg was pretty interesting. But then you also see that Sam is really adept at figuring out exactly how these people are cheating as well. He does the casual kind of walk around, bends over as if he's tying his shoe or picking up something out of the carpet. I couldn't really tell the difference, and he kind of spots the two. Obviously makes the call. In comes the birthday cake for distraction. the guy sending the signals, who's viewing the cards, gets the cattle prod, while the other one kind of immediately realizes, oh crap, the jig is up. They know what we're doing. He's collecting his chips, trying to get out of there, and then they take the other guy, his partner, out back. And it's I like the way also that he does the kind of coy bit of dialogue before smashing the guy. He's like, oh, what hand do you use? Could you do that? It almost seems like kind of try to keep the guy at ease a little bit, or kind of break, almost an interrogation tactic, kind of break through the wall there. Which is like, what
I'm
hand
guessing there's rumors for every. I'm guessing because every crew at that time, they would have owned their own a casino joint, and there's probably different scenarios to what other people did, and it's like that. So I'm guessing he's like, but you're gonna get effed up a little bit here, but you're gonna got a choice. It's like that. I think it's like you can have that or the money to the other guy as well.
Right.
And it's a great
right.
And you know why he didn't? He didn't, injure the other guy is because the threat is probably worse than the punishment. Right. So now this guy's going back. Not only is it a threat to him, he is going to tell his friends, like, stay the heck away.
But they're going to be cheater crews, aren't they? Going to be cheaters crews out there. Literally, the next invention we can use, like the Morse code on the leg and all that. And it's good. About in the book, was it a cattle prod? Because that's got to be bad. Oh
yes,
my!
It was.
They use the cattle prod. Literally, that is That's a.
And the scene in the book, it was the same thing. It was, which hand do you use? And actually, I think this is one of the few situations where the book was even more gruesome than the film in terms of what they did to him. Yeah. Yes, more gruesome than the film.
Well, just to put for those who maybe didn't see, let's just say what the film did, which is they take a little hammer. Obviously, they figure out which hand the guy's been doing the signals with, and De Niro's character just smashes his hand, to the point where it's pretty battered and beat.
Is it De Niro does it, or is it somebody else? I thought it was somebody else.
I thought De Niro grabbed the hammer himself. I couldn't.
No, I think he's kind of got his arms crossed.
Yeah, you might be right. It might have been one of his guys there. But
I think he's just
one of them. Smashes the hand.
Yeah, but he's showing you can do whatever else you like, but when it comes to money and cheating, if you do us right, we'll try and get you back. But if you cheat us, no, there's no qualms about what's going to happen next. You know what's going to happen next, but he gives him the option. He gives them it's necessary for cheaters. Let's say that, but it's still a gruesome kind of kind of thing, because literally his palms out there, and nowadays you probably cut away, but bang bang bang, it's like that.
And one thing I liked about this, which is what you guys both pointed out, is that he kind of gives the other guy that option of, you can either take the money and get the hammer as well, or you can leave and, essentially
spend both.
And to what the point that Sandy made, that, I think it is about the idea that the threat is kind of worse than the actual punishment to a degree. Obviously, he saw a portion of the punishment with his buddy's hand, but it's kind of the idea of what we talked about last week, where the human with the Halloween movie and some of the way John Carpenter set up some of those scenes, where it's the human's imagination is almost sometimes worse than the reality. So if he kind of walks away with that thinking, well, Jesus, I mean, this is what they did. Just, this is what they let us walk away with. Imagine what it would be if we did it again or got worse. It kind of sets that idea of, well, if they're going to break his hand, and just break his hand without any, you see the way De Niro's character is kind of just like, throw him in the alley, tell him he got hit by a car. If they're willing to do that without any repercussions or care for repercussions, what lengths will they stop at, or how far will they go, to the point where then the guy kind of leaves thinking like, all right, we made it out of here. Like, I guess essentially what I'm getting at is if people understand that the only punishment is going to be broken hand and you get the money, a lot of people might take the money and the broken hand type of thing. Like, that threat of it could be worse if you try it again, or that type of thing, I think is what really deters them from doing anything like that again.
I think so.
Back to the casino.
And then the next one is, because Scorsese gangster movies love a wedding, so we get a wedding. But it's probably the worst wedding of his genres. It's literally, let's get married, and she's like, yay, and then it's very, very quick scene just to set up Lester, I think. Lester?
Yeah.
Lester. It's just to set up him. He's still in her life. He's still there because the scene, she goes out into a hallway, doesn't she? Like after getting married, I mean, literally, it's like the reception, just married, and she's on the phone. She's literally he's slimy, like whatever he's saying. Don't worry,
He's
we'll take
manipulating
everything.
her.
Picture me
and
there, like all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and she's crying her eyes out, and I think that's again, it's another setup because of her background, because like you got that, and he blatantly knows who it is, and he's got like that distrust, but he's got the candy on his arm, and he loves her, like that, even though she might.
Does love
I
her.
think in the back of the mind, like him being married, he gives her like it goes into like a lot. Like the next bit is like the lovely house, and there's like rows of clothes, isn't there? Like she has like this massive, like I don't know, like 30 by 30 meter walk-in wardrobe is stocked with like all the expensive clothes, new dresses, all the diamonds, all the gold that you want. And I think
what
he's
she
like,
loves. That's what she loves.
but I think this is where it goes good, because he believes that's what she wants. That's how I can get her to love me. And most people in chat, and like as we know, that's not love. Right. You could buy your girlfriend, your boyfriend stuff. You like try and give your kids and stuff like that. There is love. Then there's that. It's not what it is. And then like he's infatuated, I'll give you the next the next diamond, the next gold ring and everything. And I think he's like it's a compensation. Like, I know you don't love me yet, but if I do this, you're gonna love me. Like it's like he's trying to buy the love. I've got the money. I'm gonna buy the love. And I think it's a very good. It is a again a very good scene. To build up that kind of dynamic we see later on. And so it's good.
Well, it's interesting because it's one hell of a love triangle. And I remember watching this when I was younger, when I first watched it, kind of coming out of it, looking at Lester and her as kind of the bad guys and Sam as the good guy and all of it. But then rewatching it many times since, and then just recently, obviously today, at this stage of my life, I'm looking at it, I'm like, not for nothing, but she makes it really clear to Sam that like before, because he proposes this, not to use the term propose, but he kind of proposes this idea of getting married as a business proposition. And she makes it very well, clear to him, like, I don't, have the feelings for you the way that you have for me. Like, I don't really want to do this. I don't think it's the right thing. And he kind of presses her saying, like, no, like, there's a mutual level of respect. The other side of it can grow, blah, blah, blah. Like, I'll take care of you no matter what. If I die, you'll be a millionaire forever, the whole deal. And he's really just kind of selling her on this. So in a way, he's no less manipulative than Lester is. It just comes in a totally different package where, again, she's kind of in this scenario where these two men in this triangle towards her don't really, I think Sam loves her more than obviously Lester does as we see the movie go on. But to a degree, it's kind of just a bit of ego and a bit of a catch for Sam as well. He wants, because he says, I think the line is something like, I can be the one to fix her. And that's become like a meme lately of, stuff you'll see online where, there's these, like, oh yeah, I can, they take these people who may be horrible people, but they look, they had a good mugshot or something. You'll see them go viral. You'll hear all the jokes about, oh, I can fix her or I can fix him type of thing, whichever perspective it's from. And, so I know it's a bit of a meme today, but it is something that I think a lot of people, when they have these kind of troubled partners, they're trying to reel in from the lifestyles they live. They do feel like, oh, I can fix it. I can be the special one that changes this person type of thing. So a lot of it is ego for him all the same, because it's another thing for him to kind of take on and conquer in his life of taking on things, whether it be the gambling back home or taking on Vegas and all that and becoming, the king of this hotel and this casino. It's very much an ego thing for him too, as well. So I think his intentions are somewhat better than Lester's, obviously, given Lester's more of a low down kind of dirty slime ball. But at the same time, he's manipulating her and kind of using her ultimate goal to get her into which is money and wealth and all that, to get her into a situation she doesn't really want to be in, which is marrying him, which I think, again, that forced marriage kind of expedites some of the issues she has and gets her to her end point a little bit quicker because, I'm sure it would be tough for somebody like her to be in a given that she has drinking and drug problems and all that. Being forced into a marriage you don't want to be in is only going to make that kind of stuff worse as you go along. Plus, you've got this lingering, weird relationship with this other guy who's also manipulating the hell out of you from the other side.
Yeah, but I think that this where it sets up again, Scorsese did it right, because he just introduced the marriage scene, and he's just introduced like the blatantly she like the I'm giving you a child, like there's that difference. This marriage isn't gonna work, and then of course Nikki is the next bit is him. He's got his crew and himself is literally don't give a crap. They're literally doing signals. They're literally they're in the things. It's like pull the ear, tap on the like they're doing like these signals that are old school, and they know nobody's gonna pick up on them. And even to like the some people like the locals, Nikki's hired. Is the great? I love the scene is where the I guessing cowboy has got his feet up with his socks, white sock
on the
and he's like they go take it off, and it's like get him out, and they use his head. I think they even say use his head to open the door.
The door.
Yeah, and he goes that, and then I love it because he goes like he tells Sam to go F himself, and then but Nikki, even though he's been taking the piss, he's even been warned the FBI have been watching you. You're cheating everyone. They know that, and it's a good scene. Like that bit is when he's on the phone, they're talking to each other because I might be cheating you, but we are still respected. We are still like I suppose the crew. I'm still supposed to look after you, and I think he gets his like the handheld, and he's like, "Come here, you told my friend to go F himself," and he just smacks him and he goes, "You go back there and apologize." But then it's good that it shows that, and then it got this what we had the ruthlessness of Sam over about the cheaters, but we have it about the whole casino environment. I think one of the better scenes that a lot of people probably forget about is the ballet, the they're from France. I can't remember. And then they're like he's weighing literally every single one of them. Literally, there's a whole thing, and if they're over, he's like, no, get them out. Why is she overweight? They've got like this, well, I don't know, 8 stone or whatever. It's something stupid, isn't it? It's like that, and
it's
then
not
like
8 stone, it's 8 pounds.
But whatever it is, it's like
within 8 pounds,
yeah, and it's like that, and they're like, and the girl, like the one he kicks out, it's literally a stick figure, and they're like no, and he's like, get her out, and he goes, I've had enough, get her out, send her back to France, I've had enough, and he's like that, but that shows a great insight of like, yeah, he's not just about the money he's about the whole casino. He's the little things. He's not the things that we'll get to the blueberries.
Well, hang on. You're going too far now. Go back.
Too far, but go back. Oh, sorry, go.
We gotta rewind. You've gone too far. Rewind back to Nikki in the casino and his guy with the feet on it, and he's doing everything wrong with the signaling. There is a system. If you abide by the rules within the casinos, you can make a ton of money hustling and stealing as long as you abide by the rules, and the rules of not getting on the blacklist. And he mentions it a few times, right?
Oh, the
Nikki,
black book, isn't it?
The black book. Nikki, don't be stupid. Don't stop. You have to stop. They're making a ton of money anyway. Nikki doesn't have to do the what do they call it? Penny Ante stuff. Like, small, this is small time. They could be making so much more within that little ecosystem within the casino. And
but he doesn't believe it, does he? Because he takes the piss and says that one of the names in there is still Capone or something like that.
He's just too impulsive. He knows better than anybody, and he's just a bull in a china shop, and he's not willing to learn how they can make a ton of money. And that's why he's breaking all the rules, and and if you remember in the narration, when Sam and then Nikki and even Frank Vincent, there's like 4 or 5 characters that are narrating kind of at the beginning and the end, and they say, and we screwed it all up. We messed it all. We had it all there at our fingertips, and we screwed it all up. And the way that it started, unfolding was Nikki coming out there because he wasn't listening to anybody.
Right.
He just wanted to do his thing with his crew. He wanted control. He did not like that Sam had control. He didn't like
Mhm.
that Sam was successful, even though they were friends going way back. He wanted to be the one in control. And you said it earlier, little man syndrome. Oh, this was Napoleon all the way. He
Mhm.
was
Yeah.
wanting
And
to be the
I
big
think
bad
it's
guy.
also because he was Jewish and not full Italian. I
Mhm.
think
Yep,
Yeah, I'm
no
sure that had
respect.
some part to
that
play in it.
would have been no. You got to listen to me. I'm
Right.
Italian. You're just here. We can,
Right.
and I think that's showing quite a lot.
All
And
right,
he
now you
just
can talk
goes
about
there.
the blueberry. Oh, go ahead, Jay.
Well, I was just
Yeah,
gonna
the
say
blueberries later. Blueberries later.
he just goes to Vegas with this, and it's kind of set up in that car scene where that he's
Mm.
asking for permission, but we all know he's not really asking for permission. He just kind of wants to test the waters and see how exactly do you view yourself here in terms of Ace, because he's doing it with or without Ace's permission. I think in
Mhm.
that scene he just really wants to see like how big has your ego gotten before I come over here type of thing. But he wants to come to Vegas, and Ace knows the way he's going to come over. He knows he's not going to play by the rules. He tries to stress the importance of playing this game differently than the game that's played back home, back east, where they're originally from. And Nikki comes over with the intentions of Vegas is going to bend to me. I'm not going to bend to Vegas, and that's just a mix that Sam knows isn't going to work, and ultimately, doesn't end up working.
Mm. But there's certain scenes where Sam tries to, I suppose, show his authority, even though he's still owned by people. There's the scene. I don't know what it is. Is it but like she turns up like a ginger in like a gold dress, looks amazing to everybody else,
Mhm.
and then
Some
somebody
kind
just
of
goes up to,
charity thing. Yeah.
yeah, kind of like goes some young guy who works for him just was like, you've got the loveliest wife, and he was like, what
Oh, that's
arrogant
right.
f.
That's
I
right. Yeah.
sacked him the next day,
Right. Right.
and then he goes, and then because of it, he was like, there is a time jump because he's like, I made sure she got pregnant, wasn't it? And then
Mhm.
there's a scene again to show that Ginger's only in it for the money. She's in like a I don't know if it's like where the jewels get sent, but like she's like there with her kid, memorized, I suppose.
Yeah, yeah,
The
playing showing the
gold,
kid the jewels and
yeah,
all that, the
yeah,
jewelry.
and
That's right.
and then there's that again with Sam trying to be like he's like tells off the cowboy who's a bit of an idiot who's I can't remember they say what he's like. He's the uncle, like
He's
nephew or
the
something.
brother-in-law to somebody
Yeah, or somebody
responsible for some kind of
Yeah,
enforcement of the gambling or
yeah,
The
something.
and he
county commissioner's
That's what it
nephew.
is. Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
it.
he knows everybody. That's
I
old
can't.
Don. Don
Yeah,
somebody. Yep.
yeah. He kind of has going like you got to keep. I think it's like you got to keep the station. Like he's trying to do that, and then again he goes
Yeah, about like the
in the middle.
machines being switched around.
Yeah, and then of course Nikki at last gets put into the black book, and I think they meet in I don't know where it is, like in the middle of the desert somewhere, just outside Nevada. Is like, how can I get away from this black book? Can I go in the restaurant? It's like blah blah. Can I do this? Can I do that? And he's like, you can't even literally step a toe into any casino. And he's just like, and you see Nikki is pissed,
Right.
absolutely pissed, because he's looking at Sam like, what can you do? And he's like, nope, we warned you. Everybody warned you. You just didn't listen. And this is probably like a good 10-year gap where he's had like free reign. So he's used to the environment. He's used to the lavish, like being an arsehole to everybody, but making his money. And now he's been pushed out. But he's so arrogant. I'm staying. And I think it's like a gold trader or something, like
Ye
jewelry trader he sets up, and he's like, no, I'm settling down. I'm gonna be here. Like F you. He's
Right.
still again. It's a very much, you can't tell me what to do. I don't care about you. And then he gets like somebody his crew out, and then they take it like a turn of like sod the casinos, and they start robbing people, don't they? Like they
Mhm.
start like that. So
So in
it
real
shows
life,
like, yeah, is it?
in
Go on.
real life, they are called the Hole in the Wall Gang, and
Mm,
it is true. They hired these great big box trucks, and they would drive them to the alley wall or the side wall of jewelry stores, um, high-end clothing stores, other shops, and they would literally bust through the wall because the truck was against the wall, so no one would see them doing it. They would bust through the wall, and then they're emptying out the contents of the store right into the truck.
Mhm.
And then they pull the flap over the truck and they drive away. And that's a real thing. They're called the
Yep.
hole in the wall gang. And
Yep.
that's what he did all throughout. Now, again, he probably could have been more profitable in any other city than Vegas, because while he could steal the stuff, he couldn't fence the stuff,
Mhm.
because people in Vegas aren't looking to buy stuff. They're looking to pawn things to get money to gamble.
Right, right.
So he's got a pawn shop that he's got together, but he's not selling the goods. So I'm sure he's figuring out how to ship them back. But I just thought, oh my gosh, every detail of this film, as ridiculous and outlandish as it seems, actually happened. And he was the head of the whole of the wall gang.
Yeah, because they show how much they've. We forgot a scene. Is like there's a scene where one of the dealers is a. I think that's when they say degenerate. You're a degenerate gambler. He's like he won't pay. I gave you money for heating, and he went out and gambled.
That's right. He gambled,
and it shows it in this scene. Is like there's loads of phone calls or like people phone him. Such and such is booked into this hotel. They've brought in this much cash. Right. They've got this. They've got all that. And he's like, yeah, we can not just rob him in the stores. They're robbing him in the hotels. It's like that. He's got that. Like he's either the bellboy, the receptionist, like everybody.
Yep.
Yeah. Is kind of just giving it a little tip off like they shouldn't do, but he's like it's obvious like he's been lending. I'm in debt. I need $2,000 this month. And they blatantly like these people. I think he purposely did it to get them like control of them. With that one, I know you're a degenerate. I know you're a scumbag. You'd rather gamble it away than pay for the heating bill that month or that week or electricity bill or whatever. It's just like he knows he's got everybody in. Everybody. I will say something, but I've got you in control, and like it's again like he's got that much money, and in this. There's the bit where fix it later for like a late storyline when he goes to the banker and he's still going, yeah, but you kind of know, like the guy's going, yeah, but this is like high risk, and he's like, yeah, but he's used to like manipulating bookies, can just give me my money back, not banking system where he puts some of his money in. It's like, yeah, but if it goes wrong, I'm going to get it back, but it's completely different. It's a foreign world to him, I suppose, like that. He's like that kind of outside the actual money that he knows, where he tries to then go makes like legitimate money, puts it in legitimate reasons, what might have a fallback. He doesn't realize, flexing my muscles, kicking the crap out of people, being a mean man won't get me the money back. And like, and he's like, he tries to to invest into the restaurant and all that, where he's still a bit of a, instead of running the restaurant, he still uses it for his means and like, being a bit of a player and all that, getting the, I suppose, not cool girls, but what I don't know, you got to call them like Vegas, like dance girls, who are on the scene, or
they're
like,
dancers,
who are like,
dancers.
yeah. It has that one scene in the showgirls.
I was struggling to think of myself.
Yeah, showgirls.
It like gets the showgirls, because he's the man. I'm the man. He's probably been there like 10, 20 years or whatever, like 10 probably years, and he's got that reputation. He's like, he can get you stuff. He can do things for you. And he's got now the bigger reputation because he's in the Black Book.
Right. And he talks a little bit about wanting to set up essentially his section of the mob out there where he's running the show. And that's basically what he's doing to this point. You like you said, you've got that restaurant as the front. He's in there, schmoozing people and rubbing elbows, putting his face and his name out there, the whole deal. It's that little slice of New York mob brought over to the desert.
Yeah, but they have that little the back as well. I can't. Was it Frankie? Is it Frankie? who like he's going back like and dropping off the
Yeah.
money,
Yeah, bringing
and
them
he's like
up.
that,
First,
and
it's
he's
a
like,
different guy.
yeah,
And the original guy, and this again is true, um, he wasn't making any money. So he's bringing back suitcases with, hundreds of thousands of dollars, but they're giving him 10 or 15,000, and they're also telling that mobster he needs to run his crew back in Chicago.
Hmm.
And that guy's like, "Well, I don't have time for this. I don't have time for this." He starts, and this is important to the story because you'll hear him, say to Remo, I'm not making anything on this. Like, I need my cut too. And he started writing down
yeah,
expenses.
Mhm.
And he also started telling his brother and his wife about all the expenses of these trips. And so, when they hand him $15,000, he's really not making a lot of money. This is very important to the outcome of the story because you never write these things down, right? That's how Al Capone got, right?
Mhm.
Because the bookkeeper had the books. That's how, so this guy, he's at home and his little grocery store, and he's writing down every trip, the times, the dates, the amounts of money, the people that he's dealing with. It's all in his book. And he's going to keep doing it. Eventually, he stops and Frankie takes over for him. But that's at the point where the dollars coming in are getting, it's getting smaller and smaller. Not because they're not making money in Vegas. It's because Nikki keeps screwing things up.
Mhm.
And he's taking his cut too, and his cut is bigger and bigger, and that's never going to end well.
now I think it's now is one of the it's a scene. Even now, it makes me wince. It makes me go, ugh. So there's I'm sure they're Irish, a gang that come in and try to muscle in, and they shoot up one of one of their mobsters' places. Literally goes in, don't know, and they shoot it up.
Mhm.
And this next scene kind of
Oh,
gets
right.
me every time with the advice.
Yeah, it's a gruesome
Even
one.
more gruesome in the book. I'm
Yeah,
not
it's
kidding.
probably, yeah. I'd like, but how it is even there? It's like, oh, don't want to see that. So
Right.
that, like, they of course find out how it is. Of course, they've got more muscle than them, and I can't remember the guy's the character's name. And he's been beaten, and he's blatantly been beaten for days, and he won't give up the guy who hired him. I
Correct.
guess, yeah, like that. And so they like he could hardly walk, and they put him on a table with a head like a vice, and they put his head in it. And Nicky starts to turn, and he's like, "You
Mhm.
tell me." And he's done like a little bit about, and he's just, I think he even just goes, he's so arrogant, he's just like, "F you, F
Yeah, and
you,"
that's what
and
kind of
then he's
kicked
just like,
up
"You told me
Frankie.
that, you told me that," and he just rips it, and then they don't show it, thank God, but you can hear the noise of this
Yeah,
crackle.
it's
It's a
gross.
little crackle. It's a bit, yeah, it's a
Well,
bit gross.
the guy's face is already pretty beaten to a pulp at this point
Yeah,
too, because they've already
Mhm.
it's all
given him a good
puffled.
beating.
Yeah,
So he's in there, and then
you
obviously like
made me pop your eye out for that.
That's
You
exactly
made
what I was
me
gonna
pop your
say.
That
eye out.
guy,
You
yes.
kind of hear
Oh,
the pop, and
that
you
guy,
see the
you
squirt.
protected that guy. You made me
Right.
take your eye out. He get like, I love like Nicky's thing because he's so angry. Like, he's a
You're
nobody.
protecting that
Literally, you
nobody. Uh-huh.
absolutely you're kidding me.
Right.
You made, and he's just like, oh my God. And I think he goes, Frankie, end him. And then he's kind of does his throat. And it's like that. But I go on then. I need to know, how bad was it in the book? I
So
need to.
this is one deviation. I will share that this was in the section that was describing the Frank Marine, the real life Frankie was Frank Collada, and the character he's playing is Frank Marino, played by Frank Vincent. So it's all the Franks. Um, but this was in a section describing his past. So this particular incident did not happen in the Vegas, you know, section of the story. It was something that had been witnessed that Frank did to someone in the past. Same thing, trying to get information from someone, had been torturing him for days. did other unspeakable things to his body, stuck, I think it was knitting needles through his manly parts.
Oof.
And it gets worse and worse, and culminating in putting his head in a vice and popping his eyes out of their sockets. Yes, all happened. And this guy, Frank Collada, I mean, as in the film, he survives it all, right? He's kind of the last mobster standing, but just one gruesome creature, and played extraordinarily well by Frank Vincent. Calm, carried out orders, good soldier, did what needed to be done. Even though he and the Nikki character and the Ace character they all grew up together.
Yeah.
So he knew Nikki, and in the film it's Nikki and his brother. In real life, Nikki had 5 brothers. Okay. So think of that times 5. Okay. Nikki and 5 brothers, they all grew up together. They knew each other, but Frank was going to carry out orders, and he was the man that could be relied upon. And just
I think
as
they
in
showed
this
that
film,
later, don't they? I think
yep,
they showed that there's a couple of
he's
scenes where they're
carrying
like,
out
"Can
orders.
you tell us a lot?" And he knows what to say, but he says
Yeah,
it like without elaborating.
I
Like
didn't
he's
see
like,
nothing. I ain't
I
seen anything like
yeah,
that.
short to the point. You tell me what to do. I'll come back. Tell me what to do. I know what my orders are. Till you
Yep.
tell me it's different, but like I won't kind of make excuses. I will just tell you that, like, very, very to the point. Literally not telling the truth, but like very vague. But that's all you need to know. Why do you need to know more? If you want me to know, if you want to know the 100% truth, you're going to tell me, and then I'll tell you like literally like. But there, you're being vague. I'd be vague, so it's good.
But what a
Yeah.
character. And the scene that precipitated all of that, with the mobster shooting up a club and killing a waitress, that is exactly what precipitated the story in the book. It just was not directly related to the Vegas piece. It was in Frank's kind of his setup, his backstory.
Yeah. So I think from that this is the downhill part of the movie for Sam. Let's go for that. Now it goes through him making a reaction mistake to the cowboy with the slots. He all the slots win, or the jackpot ones win, and he doesn't realize the guy doesn't realize he's being manipulated or being cheated, so he fires him on the spot, gets angry, fires him on the spot. And then I'm gonna leave it to Sandy. I love this scene. The next one, I can't remember who's talking, like he's it's what I can't remember his name. It's the head of the company.
It's the head of, is it Phillips?
Yeah, he's the name, the CEO
Alan
by
King
name
character.
only. Yeah, and they're kind of chin wagging about the crap
Having a
that's going on.
coffee.
Yeah, having a coffee, and then they get I think they're on the table already. They got to blueberry muffins.
They get their muffins.
Can you tell me about the muffin? This is a great scene. I love this scene. It is great.
But it goes to, like, at this scene, if folks really knew Sam's background, right, as an odds man, as a mathematical person, he's a little obsessive, right? He's obsessive compulsive. That's why he's good with math and figures and numbers. So they're having this conversation about the business. He opens his muffin. He looks down. It's like, what? It's like, there's not a lot of blueberries here. And he looks at, and I can't remember, Stone Phillips, whatever his name is. And his muffin,
Philip Green, I believe it
Philip
was.
Green. Why am I going
That's
Philip?
right, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
It's full of blueberries. This is a blueberry muffin. And he goes, hey, how many blueberries? Look at this. Look at this. How many blueberries are in your muffin? Look at my muffin. There's no blueberries. He gets up at that moment, walks to the kitchen, to the chef. Poor chef is just trying to manage a Las Vegas kitchen, which must be just horrendous. And he says, now, you see this?
Equal.
I want the same number of blueberries in every month. Equal number of blueberries. And he says, do you know how long that would take?
I love the face though of the chef.
Yeah,
is
just
like,
stone
like,
faced. Yeah, like
oh my God.
What the F? Like, are you absolutely? I love
True
that scene. I
story.
love that scene.
Absolutely,
Oh my,
100%
that is
true
brilliant. Then
and
I
written in the book.
I
Yeah.
love that story more now. But I love because it shows again Sam's. I'm so particular, and it probably was if there wasn't the same. I don't know, the same amount of toilet rolls in every cubicle, something like that. He was so particular that he could have said, "You can't do that," but like he was like, "You equal amount of blueberries in every single one." And then the chef's like, "Do you know how long that's gonna take?" And he's just like, "Equal amount of blueberries like that," and it's just like that, and he's just like, "Yes, that's how." Again, not just for the money, he wanted the best casino.
Right.
He did.
That,
He
you know,
really
the
did.
hospitality
Part
had
of
to
it's
be
an
there.
ego thing for sure.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah,
And you notice
100%.
also in a scene not too long from this when the the person that the slots manager that he fired, then his uncle is the councilman who is also influencing whether the gaming license is given to Rothstein. When he comes to visit him and he wants, he wants you to reconsider and hire him because he's a friend and he knows a lot of voters. And right before he walks in the office, he stands up from his desk and he's in his boxers because he doesn't sit in his pants. He doesn't want them to get wrinkled. They're all hanging in his
Oh, no, that's
closet.
from the old
Yeah,
Seinfeld bit
he
there.
puts it on that. Yeah,
Yes,
yeah, he does.
exactly. They're all hanging in his closet so that they are perfectly crisp.
Mhm.
He does not sit in his trousers. I'm sorry if I said pants. I know it's different for you all over there, but he doesn't sit in his trousers. He only stands in his trousers and he does not want them to get wrinkled. And he wants them to be perfect. So they're all lined up in his closet. And when it just, he's very, as they might say, pernickety, like very, you know, um, obsessive about these little
Mhm.
things. And the ego is a huge part of it.
It is. But just to let everybody know, pants are trousers, US to UK. Now it gets even weirder if I go thong to flip flops,
Oh, yeah.
Australian to UK. And then thongs means thongs. I'm guessing the same in America. So
Yes,
Well,
they do.
we will
English
call
language sometimes gets very weird over multiple continents.
you will occasionally call flip-flops here thong sandals, but for the
Really?
most
They're
part, they're
called
flip-flops.
thongs. Oh
Yep.
my god, no, that's I've only known Australians to say that. But yeah, that's it. But yeah, it's
For the most part,
trousers.
flip-flops.
Trousers are sound.
I
know
thought you
trousers
guys
always
said,
sound better.
I thought it was breeches. Isn't it breeches for you guys?
Oh no, breeches are something completely different. That's
Breeches
a
are like
woman.
short pants, right?
Yeah,
Oh, I thought breeches
yeah,
were just
under.
pants over it. Huh, my
No,
mistake.
no, no. Trousers. I have trousers. That's it. Yeah, pants are your underwear. That's
What's
it.
a
Yeah.
+4?
Plus
What's
4.
what's a +4? I heard people talk about trousers as I'm wearing my +4s. Are they
Plus
like
4's
halfway down, like for
never.
people who play polo? And
Okay, okay, this is where Britain gets very weird because
this
the
is where
states
Britain
of
gets very
that I'm
weird.
gonna
I
I'm
think
gonna
you get very
get
weird in a lot
yes
of
we no because if you go by the size of the United States of America, it's huge. Great Britain, England. Let's go by England. England probably will fill a quarter of the state of New York.
Mhm.
Possibly, yeah, like that. But we have counties, and every county have a different interpretation of different things. Now, if you ever want to get into an argument, and Abe will guarantee this because he's up north, is what you would ask as a bread roll.
What's a bread roll, Abe?
A bread roll, like a sandwich roll, but
Yeah,
a roll,
okay.
like a
Yeah.
round roll, things like cut in half, and you put like ham, like a bread roll.
Like a bulky roll.
Every county calls it something different.
Hmm.
And Scots call it in their counties, call it different. The Welsh call it something different. And we will have arguments about what it is called. The Southerners, as I am, will call it a bread roll. Where my girlfriend is from, she will call it a cob. So they will go in, and I'm like, "What is a cob? It's bread roll, Civil War." Yeah. So it's literally like they all call it something like the batty. There is so many different variations, And if you go into these counties and ask for it as your own thing, they will kick off muffin. There you go. Muffin, bap, tea
bap.
cake. But they're all the same thing. Yeah, bap. That is I'm guessing that is bap is West Midlands, like Birmingham area, kind of. I think that's bap. They call it a bap. And like muffin is Scotland, tea, like literally. But then you go like Aberdeen, Edinburgh, they call it all different things, like totty. It's literally, it gets weird. But there is a war. There is this bread war. There is this in England. There's this bread war. Like the only thing we can agree on is you don't microwave tea. That's the only thing.
Something's got to unify you guys.
That's it. But that's it. But otherwise, that is school trousers. But I just wanted to give that. Like we are strange with our English language, even though we may have half invented it, because it's been butchered from French, Roman, and everything else. We gave the world to it. And but no, you cannot say aluminium.
Yeah, it sounds like a Harry Potter spell. It's aluminum.
There you go. But that's it. But yeah, but back to the casino. So
that'll be a good clip, by the way. You can clip that. English lessons. English lessons with Stasis.
Oh my god, I should get some people on like that. I should. The thing is, if you ever get a Glaswegian, like a Londoner, a Midlander, and a Welshman, and then a Cornish or Bristol person, and then a Norfolk person, you're not going to understand any of us. It's great. It's like literally, it's the worst English language in the world. It's just like, oh no, what happened there? But but it's not. We don't say, but we still don't do our R's as best as Jay does. Bastard.
I do what I can.
We've educated you that ginger doesn't mean a redhead here.
There you go.
So you've got some education today.
There you go. I feel bad for Hermione now. But yeah, so anyway, back to the casino. So I think we forgot, like literally. So anybody who hasn't really, I don't know why you would be watching this. The reason that Rothstein Sam is not the head of the casino, in all terms on paper, is because he's got some outstanding violations. So he has to take different titles and apply for the license of a different title. It's a manipulation of the system.
Yeah,
but
essentially it keeps his license form kind of in purgatory, where every time he switches his title, it essentially replaces his spot in line for having it approved way back to the beginning, to the end of the line rather.
But him now sacking the son of the commissioner, nephew of the commissioner, whatever it is, kind of opens up a little gate, because the guy comes in, like, you've got to hire him. He's my sister's, blah, 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 whatever. And he just goes, I just can't. He's a liability. And even the guy gives him out.
He's like, an idiot. He calls him a name.
Yeah. And he's like, and he's like, you can hire him anywhere. You don't have to put him in the floor. He's like, I'm not going to do it. He's done enough.
Can't be anywhere.
And and he doesn't realize the outcome of that. Like, we've got some pull, and I think the guy even says you're visiting or something like that, doesn't he? Like,
you're a guest of the state of Nevada. Something to that effect.
Basically, kind of alluding to what we talked about earlier, where the gingers and everybody who's here of this Las Vegas world, they're kind of obviously the natives to the area, but sort of the kind of like the predators in terms of the hunt. They know all these people are coming in for little stints to spend their money, and they've figured out kind of the ecosystem of how things work, since they actually live there year round. And one thing I liked about this scene that kind of I thought it's a quick little thing. It happens very quickly. It almost seems a little bit odd, but I think what it was is, or what Scorsese was going for is, when we have this guy who works for the games commission or whatever it is, I keep forgetting, the guy whose nephew or son, whatever it is, got fired by Sam. As he comes into the office, they kind of meet up along the window side of Sam's office, which overlooks the sports book and all that. There's this quick little pan down to their feet, and you see Sam in his fresh pressed pants that were hanging up and his shiny blue suit shoes, and then you see it right up against or juxtaposed against this other character's clothing, which is jeans and cowboy boots. So right there, it's a quick little reference of like, you're here because we allow you to be here from that guy's perspective. He's the native. He's wearing the, more native kind of clothes, which is, your cowboy. You're in the desert. It's your jeans, your dungarees, your cowboy hat, your boots, the whole deal. Versus Sam, who's in this fancy, colorful suit, his shoes. And it just kind of is a quick little visual representation of, look, I'm from here. You're stopping by here. This is going to be the difference of perspective we both have going into this situation.
And I think this, it's now, I say the downfall is like they give, I think, isn't it like something about the migraine tablets or something with Ginger? And he says, I take one when I get in pain.
Yeah,
from
some
migraine.
kind of pain.
And then she's taking like she's doing like I suppose over the counter or like prescription pills and all that. And then you got now the people are now pocketing the money, not skimming from the top. And it's just like it's kind of like it's all unwinding. It's like that. And then of course Nicky's doing his hits as well. He's started doing like a little bit more nastier stuff. It's like that, and everybody back home is kind of now going, what's going on?
Yeah,
the money's going,
getting a little bit more thin every time.
And
there was one important thing we actually glossed over, we missed, I think, that happens right before this scene with that meeting with the two of them, that actually, to me, I think is the first kind of pillar to fall into or start to crumble in terms of the unwinding of Ace, which is there's that scene where they're having breakfast and Ginger's asking him for like $25K, and he's very persistent in trying to figure out what you need this money for versus just giving it to her, which he would have done in the past. But she's going through more money, so he's asking what he needed for, blah blah blah. Then that scene ends up with them kind of walking away in an argument and him not actually giving her the money, to which she then goes to the bank, takes it out of that lock box that he had trusted her with, and then we see that Nicky is actually following her, but from Ace's, order, or asking rather. So Nicky's
Is that now?
That was before the meeting with the.
Is it?
Yep. So that's actually before the meeting with the games commissioner there, or the guy who works in the office, whatever it is. And that's kind of the first thing to fall, because then obviously Nicky's tracking her down, knows where she goes, and she goes and meets up with Lester, James Woods' character, the guy who's been manipulating her from the other side. And that's when Sam Rothstein comes in. They're at a diner. She's giving him the money. Sam comes in, basically busts the two of them, and he drags her. He actually doesn't drag him outside. He just gets up and goes outside because Ace basically says, get out of here. We don't want to see you again, blah, blah, blah. So James Woods' character, Lester, goes outside. Naturally, the rest of the enforcers that Ace brought with him beats the crap out of him. And as they're beating the crap out of him, he, for some reason, decides to take Ginger right out as it's happening to kind of set, I don't know if it's to send a message for her or just kind of short-sighted thinking, but she goes ballistic seeing him get beat up. And that's when she kind of starts spiraling into this state of depression. And then she takes all those pills that he then comes back and says, like, what's going on with the pills? And she argues back with him with, like, you didn't have to beat him up. She's laying in the bed, obviously kind of zonked out from all the pills and the drinking. And that's when the argument kind of comes up again of, like, you didn't have to do that. You didn't have to beat him up. So that kind of starts the spiraling of their relationship.
Yeah. This is when then Nicky starts to get a little bit out of hand. Like the commissioner goes and says, has this guy even got a license? And then it goes, Nicky is spiraling out of control, like kind of doing a bit like cocaine, a little bit more drugs. And then there's a good. Is this the scene after all that he argues about getting my money back, and then they all sit down after a while, after like Rothstein kind of gets outed of not being the head, and it's all he's part of the mobster group and all that. Now there is this scene I really hope is bloody true, and you will tell me, Sandy. Is the next scene is after all that happens is with the FBI circling and run out of fuel. after
Oh,
on
right,
the
on the
runway.
golf course. Yeah.
Totally
On the
true.
golf course. Oh, that is
Completely true.
brilliant.
It's such a good
Um,
scene.
there's so many little, little mishaps with law enforcement, and it's like there's Vegas, each of these casinos could just run on its own with no interference, with people stealing from each other all day long, and no one would care. Like no one
Mhm.
would care. And then anytime an outside force gets involved, like, rather than the local gaming officials who are all on the take as well, then you get the FBI, and then it's just a comedy. It
Mhm.
does completely turn into comedy. We haven't mentioned, by the way, there's one character we haven't mentioned is the Don Rickles character, the
Yes,
casino
yes.
manager,
Mhm.
Billy, I think, Billy.
Yep, Billy
Um,
Sherbert.
Oh, the bit stocky, bald head.
yeah,
Mhm. Yep,
Yeah,
Don
yeah.
Rickles.
really. I mean, so Don Rickles, I don't know, Stacey, if you know who that is, but he's an old American stand-up
Comedian,
comedian.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
He was on the Vegas circuit, I think, for a long time. He didn't have a TV show, not known as an actor, by the way. Just a stand-up comedian known for insults. Okay. He was
Mhm.
just the guy who would insult. He would MC a lot of those roasts,
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
just slinging insults, and not my style of comedy, but not known as an actor, did an amazing
Yeah,
job
I
in
thought so
this
Yeah.
too.
I
role
must say
as
he
this
doesn't have
old
much dialogue. He's
curmudgeon.
very much a
Just
nod
this
sort
old
of thing, like
curmudgeon.
that.
Right. Mhm.
Yeah. It's even where like
Yep.
we missed it, but he gets the crap built kind of kicked out of him by Nikki. It's like I think that might
No,
be
that actually comes up in a little bit. Adds a
a
little
little
bit
bit.
more
Yeah,
towards
Yeah.
okay,
Nikki's
there you go.
unwind.
Before I missed it.
And
Yeah.
speaking of Nikki, one thing we actually did miss was in that portion of the James Wood character and all that kind of unraveling. It's the first time that Ginger goes to confide into Nikki privately about what's kind of going on with her and Sam's marriage,
Mhm.
which then obviously I think happens once or twice more, and with the final time kind of being one that sets off another chain of events.
And what's happened is, they had gone into this marriage with him asking, I know you don't love me, but could we build a foundation, and maybe it'll
Mhm.
grow into love.
Yeah.
She never loved him. Now she's starting to hate him.
Right.
So it's going from indifference and, okay, I need him, to I really hate this guy. I
Mhm.
still need his money. I hate this guy. Where else can I turn? And then she's
Right.
like, okay, well, if I'm not going to get money from him, maybe I can get money from Nikki. And so she doesn't like Nikki either, but she's just looking for her next mark, her next person she uses the term her sponsor, someone to
Right.
pay
Right.
for her, which is interesting because it's related to like her background in real life as a real dancer and having a patron versus a sponsor. If you're a dancer, if you're an athlete, if you want to go in the Olympics, you need a sponsor, a patron, somebody to pay for you because you're not making money. You're not making money
Mhm.
as a dancer, or 99.999% of real athletes don't make money, but you need somebody, and you're not going to get a Pepsi Cola to sponsor you. You got to have a person who's funding you.
Mhm.
So she's already in her mind thinking, okay, I got to get away from Rothstein, and who can be my person. It's Nikki. And before we go too far, I did want to just there is one big difference in the film portrayal of their family, where you remember when they got married, they said, and Sam always wanted to have I guess insurance on his bets or something like that. So
Mhm.
she had the kid first. She had a kid from a prior relationship brought into the marriage. So
Ah.
that first kid, who is um, in the film, I forget her name, but in real life, her name is Robin.
Mhm.
That was her child from a prior relationship. But Lefty, uh, Lefty loved her like a daughter.
Mhm.
Absolutely, raised her, loved her like a daughter. Later in their marriage, several years later, in fact, when things were going bad, they did have a son. So the child that they had together was a son, but Robin was there about the same age as portrayed, the child who's growing up, who's being portrayed in this in the film, was not his daughter, but he treated her like his daughter.
Interesting. I
But I
wonder why
think
they
this
made a change to that. Oh, I guess it makes it a little bit more kind
Yeah.
of tied to it if it's his own. So fair enough. I guess having the bond that he tends to have, or the kind of reason he has for some of the things that happens with the kid in terms of, the way Ginger uses her as kind of a threat wouldn't make as much sense if it was, just her daughter from the previous marriage. So that makes sense to change.
Yeah, and they cut her whole, like I said, they cut her whole family out of this.
Right.
She would go home to a family home, a very nice home that she owned, that her mom, her sister, and her sister's whole family and her daughter Robin all lived in. And they, obviously cut that out of the
Right.
film. It
Right.
would probably make it a lot less entertaining.
Mhm.
But although it makes her more of a human, like
Well, I was just thinking that it
yeah.
almost makes him more of a human, which is, I guess, maybe not what they wanted, given the kind of the other characters all,
Yeah.
aren't. I guess they're just really mob guys without real good hearts to them. So I guess it would almost humanize her maybe a little bit too much for the story they're trying
Mhm.
to tell here, which I
Yeah,
can
because
understand.
not knowing that, I really disliked her
Yeah, that's
character
kind of what I'm
so
thinking
much.
Yeah.
too. Right.
And there's no one here you like. None of
Mhm.
these folks are heroes. You kind of are, I guess more sympathetic to Sam's story,
Mhm.
but there's no one here like, when we were talking about Saturday Night Fever and we said we don't like any of these
Yeah,
characters.
it's
Here,
another
no, I
situation.
kind of don't like even the good guys I don't like. I'm not
Mhm.
cheering for the county commissioners or the FBI or the
Right.
police or even the old mobsters back home that are going to get theirs.
Right.
There's no one
Well,
here that I'm cheering
it's
for.
just like a big crooked ecosystem where it's
Yeah,
like, yeah, there's
exactly.
nobody in this that you really that really is a good person, and that
Yeah.
Now
would
they've
almost
all
make them not fit the
they've
movie.
all know the bed they're sleeping in, and
Right.
For
they've all kind of
sure.
justified what they're gonna do.
Mhm.
But like now, like things we've got the the FBI, the police have now started taking a little bit of a more serious look, haven't they? So I
Mhm.
think the next one is, as Sandy said earlier, is the guy who's been reading, noting all down his expenses,
Mhm.
and I think, I'm guessing it's the FBI have tapped
Yeah.
the. Is it a restaurant or like? No, it's
It's
not a
like a
restaurant. It's
It's a
like
grocery,
deli.
grocery,
yeah, something like
deli, whatever. Like they can, and then they've now recording, and he got his mum and his dad. He's elderly. They're really elderly, and he's literally spitting out his disconcern. He's literally giving everything the
Every
FBI with
detail.
every detail because he's peed off because they didn't like pay a $50 surcharge or
Yep.
whatever it is.
Mhm.
And it's literally he's so like he's just literally you see the scene, there's like FBI agents one after the other just writing down literally
Mhm.
after what this guy's saying because it's gold. You're giving us every single piece. You're giving us all the names, all the places, all the times, the routes, and then like it goes on a little bit later. That's what they think they get, and then you find out later he gives them the golden ticket,
Right.
and he's out and out everyone, and like you get now where everybody is starting to who is in the political sphere and
Mhm.
things
The
are like start
senator, the
senator literally
commissioners.
we're turning our back on you, you know. Yeah, we're gonna go, we're turning and like that, and there's like I think there's the judgment call on Rostein's I suppose you call it like
His
can he
license.
be
The gaming
licensed? Yeah,
license.
Mhm.
and literally it takes like less than 30 seconds. They all go motion to dismiss, bang, 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 and it's literally like, yeah, you might think that you've comped him, like I think they called it like that. You know, you've got the bribes. The
Yeah.
people who still are saying you're the guest.
Senator,
Yeah,
you said you'd give me a fair hearing.
Right.
Were you
yeah,
not
yeah,
were you or were you not my guest at the He says,
yeah,
We were in the building at the same time."
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. No, 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 no.
And it's literally, and I always laugh at like that is more prevalent of like this scene today. You're like, oh
Oh,
my,
yeah.
and literally like it's been going on for how long and still things. And then I love the next bit. It's kind of like a I don't know, like a show reel. like they kind of like cut like he's lost it, but then the ace is high.
Yeah, for the
like that.
They're
It's
like,
like,
what is
that's the whole
hilarious.
thing. They
lay
want
it low.
right. They want the mob bosses back home want to move them into a different, quieter position.
They kind of do like I don't know,
quiet.
food and beverage or something.
Right,
Can they
right.
just have food? And he's like, no,
Well,
I'm gonna have a like. He has like a kind of a talk show, game show kind of thing, doesn't he?
A variety show,
and
they had those.
Mad.
And yes,
were they on
really
TV or
did.
were they like local?
Yes.
I'm guessing
probably like
local.
a local Vegas type of right. That wouldn't have been
Mhm.
probably national, more so just like if you're in Vegas, it's on
Hey,
every
Nico.
hotel room TV and all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And one little thing we glossed over that it's not huge in terms of story, but I want to point that out because it's a rare case of I think detail missing or logic missing in a Scorsese movie. Where so there's that Philip Green character. He ends up catching a lawsuit with that redheaded woman.
Yes,
His partner.
His partner that the
silent partner.
Exactly.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
So
the
they
guys
go
back
to, they
east
go
didn't
to
know
court. Right. She takes him to court and they're afraid of, discovery and all the books getting cracked open and all that. So it gets obviously this little storyline gets tied up by Joe Pesci's character, Nikki taking care of her, so to speak, in mob terms. And it's kind of honestly a little bit irrelevant. I don't think it holds much weight to the rest of the movie, but I point it out because it is one scene where when he goes into the kitchen to, take her out, he grabs kind of cuddles one side of her head with his arm and then, shoots into it from the other side of her head. And I hate this scene because it looks so bad because one, his arm is directly on the other side of where he's firing from. So
I'm going to explain that.
Okay, I hope there's some explanation because it drove me nuts watching it again because I'm like, his arm's on one side. So obviously the bullets would have hit his arm as well. But let's just say by chance his arm was a little lower than where the bullets go. There's no splatter or anything on the other side with these nice white curtains.
In real life, it was not.
I was so confused because I'm like, I didn't see and it sounded like a soft firing gun, but I didn't see a silencer on it. So I'm like, was this just a bunch of details being missed here that don't typically get missed by Scorsese?
It's
but it
an air gun with
nuts.
BBs, and that's why he had to shoot her 3 times, right? Because it's just BBs in the temple. And I'm sorry to be graphic, but I wondered about that too when I had seen the film. I'm like, how on earth can he do this without her head?
It just didn't make sense.
But no, it was an air gun and it was BBs, and so that's why it took 3. And it was quiet. That's why it was quiet.
Not, I don't want to get too graphic, but they're not exiting, so to speak. So, okay, that all makes more sense. I'm glad I brought that up because that makes way more sense now. And it was this.
I'm also a little bit concerned about Jay now because he's picked 2 movies where kind of air betrayal, kind of murders, and kind of happens. Yeah, like
there's a theme with the movies. I like.
There's a fear.
Somehow we'll get to some lighter theme movies, but somehow we just keep getting the gruesome murder ones. I don't know how that keeps happening.
Yeah, but it's all silent. Air Patrol.
Yeah,
it's not like
But yeah, no, I'm glad I brought that up then because that was something that did not make any sense to me, and that gives at least some kind of explanation.
I did actually think of that. I just thought it was low caliber. I just really did.
But it's also a stupid move. Again, it's the Nikki character just being stupid.
Yeah.
Just because that's going to bring more heat.
Right. And I believe. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
No, I was just going to say, I believe that call comes in from the guys back east too. So again, it just goes to show the whole way of the thinking of these mob characters versus, the one that they consider to kind of be an outsider who they're just working with, which is Sam. It just goes to show you the different levels of thinking.
But it's also when we get later, it is why take the risk.
But he makes them money by being smart, not being impulsive.
Right.
Which is and it's kind of a nice underlying theme to the whole real life story and this film is that by being smart and methodical and studying, he's made himself an okay life and he's made a ton of money for everyone else. And when you are the complete opposite of that, when you are impulsive, it can never turn out well.
Right.
And this whole film proves that.
No, it's the truth, and I think that's why they look at, to a degree, Sam Rothstein's character is a little bit more irreplaceable than a Nikki.
Why take a risk?
Right.
Yeah, well, that's it. Yeah. But so after that we get like the back east guys are kind of getting a bit annoyed with them both, I suppose, at this point. It's like that. It's literally, they're like, you should just go quiet, and he couldn't be quiet. I think there's like a couple episodes, like the episodes, I suppose, like where they're showing is like they're supposed to be like Frank Sinatra, and then he outs the commissioners, and then they go back to the like, can't he just be quiet? Can't he just like, you know, just do what he's doing, but just be quiet? And they send somebody out to kind of have a go, and then because Nikki is tapped, there's a good scene is to show how the wives kind of got involved of like let's talk on the phone about crap.
The code on the phone.
The code on the phone. Literally, if you have 2 minutes, and then there's the thing is like, I think it's in the when the guy comes out east and they're in the Cadillac, and then they're like or whatever it is, they're saying kind of like Nikki just needs to kind of go back home, right? And then like, they have that scene is Nikki and Sam. This is where they kind of the relationship tears apart, kind of thing, because it's where Sam kind of, they meet up, and it's like, I think he's worried. It's like, I would have, every time we did this, you know, I would like have a 50-50 chance. I think he even says like, he's still not, because like this would be a 50-50 chance of me coming out of this alive, of like that this, you know, like they've known each other from childhood, but like him, he would know that somebody would tell him, he told you to go back home. And it's just like, this is now, oh, you've pissed off the one of the nastiest people, and this is their downgrade. They have like a massive argument, and then Nikki gets really pissed off, and then I think he goes back to the Tangiers, and he's blatantly drunk. And this the blackjack scene, what I really like, is like, so he gets like they have all the kind of the heads around, Sam's asleep, and he's losing loads of money. He's like, he's
insulting the dealer, that poor woman. Yeah. He's making fun of her making faces.
But there's one, and then there's like he wants a 50 grand stake. No,
credit.
It's got to go down to no, it goes down to 10, and then she's just like playing it cool. She's got a little smirk on his face, and then they bring in this like this little guy who's like proper. I'm not going to smile, even if like this guy, I'm guessing he's never smiled in his life. And I love this acting. He's one of the best. Like, he doesn't say anything, but oh my God, this guy is underrated in this movie. This dealer, I think, is brilliant, because it's when he gives a face card, and he's like, do it again. And he looks over, and then he's like, yeah, and like that, the pit boss nods, and then he gives another face card, and he's just like, oh, and he gets it thrown in his face, and then he looks over again. Why are you looking at him? Look, you looking at him, and he does it like again, and it's just like the guy's just like he's instant. This bit, he's instant. Oh my, please, why did I have to do that? And his face, and it's literally this guy. 10 seconds of like in the film, top notch to that guy.
That was great.
He makes the most of it, for sure.
He makes it literally. I laughed like that, because you know how you would feel is what that guy felt at that time. It's absolutely brilliant. I just love that little scene. And that's the great thing about this movie. You have those little scenes. You're like, oh, I love that little bit, and the connective tissue just makes this movie. But that bit is good, because it's just like that. And then of course, this is the bit. Then what I said earlier is with he's number 2 gets the crap, like Nikki loses it, doesn't he? Loses it in the film, beats him up with
John Rickles' character.
Yeah, and he takes the telephone off, and he beats him up, and then he just goes, "I'm going to go back to the blackjack table," and it's like that. Yeah, it's just like But then into that, you've got that breakdown of their childhood relationship, and then you've got Ginger and Sam. I don't know if it's supposed to be a psychologist or a solicitor. Like they're kind of talking to. They're like maybe a marriage counselor, and they just slag each other off. They're like, they're not trying to, like, they both like he wants to change her.
There's nothing
She
there.
doesn't want
Yeah.
it, and it's just nothing there. And they're just slagging like you're a drunk, you're a drug addict, and then
junkie.
she's just
He calls her a
junkie, and
junkie.
and he's like, and then she's back, you just treat me like crap. You're nothing to me. And then I think this is where you miss it from. It could have been a 4-hour movie. It jumps again because the way it jumps in the movie is you get the tone of change is by, and I said this earlier, is by the styles. Like Sharon Stone's haircut is now really short, like she's kind of wearing a mullet. Yeah, everybody now has got the open collar, boom boom, like that. It's kind of everybody changes the look from like what we've got there, what is very like late 70s, like mid 70s, low 70s. Now we're going into the 80s. And I think that's
how got like turtlenecks. He's wearing like these half turtlenecks.
Yeah, and Martin Scorsese now has everybody's there. Everything's changed, so they must have been in therapy for a while, like that things, but nothing's really changed. Like the FBI still on them. They've got the talking. There's what's in the scene. The only way Nikki and him can talk about anything is they got to go in a car, turn up the radio, full blast, engine on to make sure, just in case the place is bugged. So that's it. And this is where we get from Jade said earlier is there's now this kind of relationship forming that shouldn't be forming between Nikki and Ginger.
Right. Now I'm trying to remember. At this point, has she run off with Lester and the kid yet?
I think she just has. Just has,
right? Where because it was after the scene where they were talking through, and then she gets the haircut, and so she runs off with Lester. Takes, gosh, I gotta remember the kid's name.
I have to look at
Amy.
Have a look.
It's Amy
because Amy's a great way to kind of tell a little bit of an idea of like how Father Time has been jumping. Because Amy obviously starts as a baby, and then by this point where she's getting, kind of like about to be kidnapped type of deal, or at least Ginger's considering this kidnapping route with Lester and going to Europe, whatever it is. She's probably about 7, 6, 7, maybe.
I say older because she's
9 or 10. I was thinking,
because she's got a bit of jib. She's got a bit of backlash. She can. She's like with Lester. She's sassy. Like sassy. Yeah,
she hung out.
She pisses him off. She pisses him off a little bit. Like what you? Who are you? Kind of thing.
And a quick little credit to James Woods. I think he plays this character great. He does. He looks like a slime ball with the little mustache and the outfits he's wearing. He acts like one. But I actually really love the little bit of humor of because at first it kind of just sounds. Obviously, he's not good to this Amy, the child character in this. He doesn't give a crap about her. It's not his kid. He's just in this for the money in the scenario. He barely cares about Ginger. It's really all about the money. But they have a couple little funny back and forths of the kid just kind of being a kid and him just like not being an adult and being a kid. I think they're outside by the car and they're like sticking tongues out at each other.
Oh, that's what I noticed yesterday. It was when she's on the phone, and then they're just blurred in the background, and they're like blatantly acting but not acting. I don't know if they were just like, "You do this," and it seemed like a self script.
So well,
yeah, it does.
Because then she's like, stop messing with each other, and he's like, "Well, she started it," as if he's like a kid too. So
he's like a kid too. Exactly.
It was just such a good little, good little thing. He's very underrated. I know his role's not huge in this. It is in terms of being a catalyst to the story and Sam and Ginger's relationship, but in terms of seeing him on screen, it's not very big. But again, another one who does make great use of the time he is on screen. I thought he was great as that character.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I must say, like, when James Woods acts, he's actually quite good. I know he's been cancelled by Hollywood.
But he's a talented actor.
He's been cancelled by weird reasons. He's been cancelled by his political views and his religious views.
Doesn't match.
It doesn't match. And he's not the greatest when he does his own thing, but when he's in like these and he's well directed, he's actually quite a good. And but look, Family Guy named a school after him, so
Yeah. So I
is
actually
it Family Guy or
it is James. It is. They use James Wood quite a bit.
Oh,
In
is it?
Family
Yeah,
Guy.
yeah.
And one thing, he's the piece of candy. He's from that
Piece
episode
of
and all
candy,
that.
piece of candy.
And one other movie that I actually put on the list is one of my favorites of his. Is I love him in John Q. I thought he was so good in John Q. and the role in there, and that'll be another connection we have when we get to that movie. But yeah, like you said, when he's in things, I haven't seen too many movies where he's the star that he's done that have been particularly great. But man, when he's in something, he's a pretty talented actor.
Mm-hmm.
But sorry, that's my James Woods side note there. I just thought he did so good in that movie. Yeah, I thought he did so good in this one.
But again, this is now. I guess it's a broken marriage from or relationship from the start. We know that it's literally that. This is where it gets nasty. Literally now, Sam calls Ginger I think every time he sees her, I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna get you killed. You're gonna do that again, I'm gonna get you killed. You're an effing junkie, you're effing that, you're a piece of blah blah blah, you're a C word. He literally just and that's he does everything to degrade her to a control. I am you, I control you. This is literally my kid. This is me. This is my life. If you want to be in it, you my rules. Literally. And then she's literally giving him every out, I suppose, to divorce. Every out. And like that. But she's still got the card when I think it's a week we did skip over it. She now still has there's a scene where he stupidly, and if this is in the book, signs over everything in a security box. Because, and even the banker says, "Oh my God, you must really trust your wife."
Right.
And he's like that, and he's like, "Yeah, I do." And he goes, "Well, not a lot of people in your money sphere does." And he's like, "I commend that." But literally, this is where I can understand this from this point. I understand where Sharon Stone got nominated for Best Supporting Actress. I think it was in the Academy Awards. Was it Best Supporting?
I think it was Best Actress. I could be wrong. Let me check.
Yeah, because she plays this wild, off the head. Kind of is a junkie. Let's go for it. She's on her pills, whatever she's taking, if it's prescription or otherwise, she just goes into that, and then she plays this outlandish, kind of crazed mind. Let's say that she does it so well. And I like the yin and yang of this, because you've got Sam still trying to, I guess, give that sense I'm in control. He's so very calm over the things, even when he kicks her out, and he's still over calm. And then she even comes back and it goes for the house. Near enough goes and crashes through that, wants to crash at the house the next morning. And then she's calling up the ruckus, doesn't she, with the policeman and all that. And it's just it's going I know I jumped a little bit, but he's still going through that to things. But again, just before that, it shows how he needs her, because when she first comes back, he lets her in. Unlike most people, what she did, you literally kidnapped. He literally, if it's he's so in love with this woman and cannot control this woman, and he just lets her back. Literally, most men would be like, "What are you doing?"
Right.
It's literally "See you later." Most relationship, and then of course this is where the manipulation goes, and then the relationship of Ginger and Nikki comes in, and also Sandy. Hey, yeah!
Wow, would you look at that?
How is that possible? How is that possible?
Make me feel older. Make me feel older. I know. A lot of people had it like this year. I was like that. But I think Bend Over had a year as well. It's like, oh my god. It's like it's good, it's creepy, but it's good in a
It is
really weird way.
creepy, but it's good.
Yeah, it's
It
like,
is
oh my
great.
god, it's like that. It's like how,
Mhm.
how? But yeah, it was great.
Well,
But
when we're
thank
in our
you.
90s and we've gotten through most of the wheel of film, we can look, we can look back on this
That's it.
and
I
say,
want our kids to, when I'm God, our kids got to take this up. That's
so
it.
your kid
They got to
likes
finish the wheel.
That's it.
we shall
Finish the wheel.
finish.
Add the
No, but
wheel.
here's what we do have to do. So I'm sorry to go off track just a wee bit. So a couple of folks have said, through these awesome film clubs that, oh, why isn't this film on? And oh, why isn't this film on? And there's probably 2 or 3 that I didn't put in. So maybe once a year we add one. We can't add too many, but we have to but think about it. How do we add maybe 1 or 2? Who knows? And then how do we add like our commentary on any current film? So we got to think about that. We got to think about that. So sorry to go off track a little bit, but yeah, it'll be
I will
many,
give I
many
will give a
years.
suggestion later on that.
Okay,
There is
awesome.
I think somebody might give a suggestion,
But
but
we
like
have 200 and some odd
yeah.
left to go, so it's gonna be a while. So which is awesome,
Exactly.
and there's some really good films on there, so that's okay. That's
Mhm.
completely, we abide by the wheel of film. I think that's really cool. But yeah, I can't believe it's been a year. It's been a year. You've been
I
yeah.
know.
This has been
Rocket
everything.
hard.
It's just been fun. Now
And
where oh,
just
and there he
before
is.
you go on,
Telling
before
you
we
what,
go on,
it's like Beetlejuice.
Tomby and his ladies. Sorry, Tom and whichever way that means. Have just literally just gave a little raid. So we're gonna have a little raid. But anybody,
Awesome.
halfway, we're like 3/4 in the casino. So hopefully Tomby's little raid has remembered to do their homework. If not, we're gonna spoil a lot.
Yeah. Oh, yes. You know what? We're not good at that. We're not good at reminding. I mean, I hope it's a given,
I'm not
but
gonna like
Episode
come on
spoilers.
film reviews.
it
I
has
like
to be a
I
given
can
here, right?
yeah, it has to be. I can put a big spot.
So
It's gotta be. Yeah.
just because it's worth, we do have new people in chat. So yes, this is a total 100% full spoilery review plus all the background and history and real life
Mhm.
stuff that you want to know about the film. So
Mhm.
if you haven't seen Casino, this will make you want to go see Casino, because even if we tell you how it ends, it's still an amazing film to watch.
And
So
stick with us because we got the Wheel of Fortune.
the wheel of at the end,
The Wheel of
end,
Destiny. Yes,
we
at the
have a
end.
lot of cool stuff at the end. But now, I think we can say at this point, Ginger is almost at rock bottom. I mean, she is. There's this is a point of no return. She
She
doesn't love
is
him. She's
100% every day that you now see her, every scene, she's off. The British word would be off her tits. Let's say
Mhm.
that is literally she's either high on drugs or she's absolutely. You always see her like drinking every time, like every shot.
Yeah.
She's got like having a bit of whiskey or whatever. She's drunk. She's beyond repair. She's literally lost. She's a cry for help. Let's say that in
Yeah.
the most nicest term. She's doesn't want to be in the relationship. He has now full control over what she does, where she goes. There's a scene. I can't remember. It's one of her girlfriends. And he kind of. Yeah, he knows she's probably having an affair. He doesn't know with who, and it's like, what did you have to eat? Where did you go? What did you
Right.
drink? What time did you get here? Can you? Oh, and then they're like, oh, we had the salad. She had the salad. Oh, we'll give her a call. Oh, there's like she actually does go to call. She says there's no answer, and he just calls straight back. And it's like he knows he can't admit to this relationship ending because he loves her.
Mhm.
But there's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to go. It's dead. It's dead.
Right. Yeah, this is the rapid spiraling of her character, between now officially hooking up with Nikki's character, and I think at this point she's she's already told Sam's character, because that's when he comes home, because she hangs up the phone when he's dialing for the friend to check on the salad. And he's kind of like, I have an idea of who you might have been with. I'm hoping it's who you weren't with, but I do have an idea. And then
No,
we
because
jump
isn't
quick
it?
to the bedroom where she admits it.
No,
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 'cause-
not
no,
at this
she's
point.
no, because doesn't she? Doesn't he understands it? Isn't the like later on the FBI agents with the photos? Don't That's where he completely he's got the kind of idea, but like I think this point it's literally
Yeah.
he's got people spying on her. There's like her and Nikki, like they're going for it, and the I actually don't know if it's the FBI. There's one scene where they go, "Oh my god, is that Sam's girlfriend?" And then it goes back to
Like they're
Frank,
surprised.
and
Mhm.
yeah, and then there's Frank and the what's the Don's name? Sorry, I said at the beginning.
Remos,
The big
Remos,
sucky,
Remo.
and then Frank is like, "What's going on with Nikki and the Sam's kind of like girl?" And he's like, I've not seen anything."
I didn't see
And this is
anything.
and this is where I like this, because this is the first time there's another voiceover.
yeah,
And
for
That's
the
it's
Frank.
narration.
Frank
it's
Vincent
Frankie's
comes
voice.
in.
Yeah,
He says,
his
"What was I
voiceover.
gonna do? I wasn't
Yeah,
gonna tell him.
yeah. And this is where oh, that's it. But like, he's very like he's still like he's torn, because he is so loyal. He's loyal to the Dons, like East Coast, but he's also loyal to Nikki as such. Like, yeah, like he's still got it. Like he there's a couple of scenes what we missed where he's kind of like there's when they have to whisper like over the mouth, and it, like when they have that, he's trying to kind of he's trying to be devil's advocate, kind of in a way to Nikki. In most of this movie, he's like, I like you, but you're out of control. Can you just wind it in? And you can tell that he does like him, but like because they've known each other so long, like they're just like their friendship's grown. Yeah, it's gonna break later, but like that. But now we've got this. I suppose like they're trying to introduce in the movie the 80s cocaine era, I suppose, like that, where drugs have changed beer things like, because there's the scene where and I think it's Sam voicing over it. It's like they try to he tries to beat somebody up, and he's like Nikki would have took the guy down in one punch, and he couldn't do it, and they're like like that. And I think they're trying to say not just they're getting old, that they're getting sloppy, they're going into drugs, they're getting a bit like head on, like this new drug, I suppose, that's come over, and trying to like use it and possibly make the money of it. And then there's like the backlash. One of these, what is it? The a sandwich, isn't it? One of them gets shot with a sandwich. What they call it? What is it?
They call it a hero sandwich.
What is a hero sandwich?
So there's a few different. It's essentially, where I'm from, we call it a sub. I think New York calls it a hero. It's just like a long, it's just like a long form sandwich. You ever have like a steak and cheese, it could be anything. I think for the most part, I think a common one is just an Italian sub, Italian hero as they would call it. But you'd have a steak and cheese, chicken parm, meatball parm. I mean, there's a million different types. It's just a long form bread roll.
Oh, so what is it like? What Subway? The chain?
Exactly. So that's why it's Subway, because most people, in here in America call it a sub, but I think in New York they call it a hero. Hoagie. Yep, there's another one. There's a few different names for it.
It's all the same.
Just a long
Europeans are like going, I understand. And I don't like them. So there you go.
It's a sandwich. It's a sandwich.
Too much bread.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. But yeah, so from that, Nikki kind of gets revenge on a cop, doesn't he? And it's like, it's
like at this point, I think they even make the reference. They say like at this point, Nikki treated it like the Wild West, or maybe that was a little earlier in the film. But at any rate, at this point, it really is just the Wild West. They're doing whatever the hell they want.
He can run a restaurant. Somehow he's running this restaurant. Do you know what I got to tell you about this scene? I can watch every gory, bloody scene in this film, but the scene you're talking about, I can't stand. because of what they do to that sandwich. It just makes me sick. I can't. I know it's compared to a guy's head in a vice, but when they do the thing in the sandwich, I just like
Oh,
he spits in
the
the
spitting
sandwich.
in it. Yeah,
Spits in the
Dominic. Yep,
sandwich.
yep,
It's
yep.
just so
For the
gross.
cops.
And they hand it to the cops with
Yeah,
my
there is something pretty
compliments.
gross about
You
that.
take it with my compliments.
I mean,
It's
and
like,
he really he works one from the back of the throat there too. He gets a nice loogie in that thing.
thank
It's
you,
pretty
thank you.
gross.
Okay, thanks. Well, yeah,
But
yeah,
yep, that's Dominic.
yeah. Lovely,
But
lovely,
yeah, so
lovely.
at this point, honestly, at least in terms of the main characters, all three of their lives are just spiraling and unraveling.
They don't have a chance. No.
The mob's kind of foothold and everything that they're doing right now is also slipping, and it's starting to crumble for them. The whole Vegas scenario is just spiraling down the tubes very quickly at this point. And you're starting to see some more of the kind of the after effects of the relationship with Nikki and what's her name now? I'm always forgetting it. Ginger. Where now, she has that big blowout on the front steps with the car and all that, where she's now saying like, yeah, I am sleeping with Nikki, blah, blah, blah.
But we didn't do before that is when she freaks out in the restaurant. Right.
Oh, right. So that's the one when
she ties up Amy in the bed.
Oh God, the hate that scene.
I did
that
too.
was rough.
Sam
and that was the one that really pushed it over for me. We're like, oh no, she is a terrible, because like it's still I was getting a little bit of a different light for her character during this rewatch. Where I was kind of like, it's like I pointed out earlier, I'm like, I never really realized how much Sam is kind of just Lester from a different perspective in terms of the manipulating, trying to control her, trying to, granted she did agree to go along with it, but he's very manipulative too, and not necessarily a good guy in this story. And I was starting to kind of get a different light for her character. I'm like, oh, you feel bad. She's obviously got substance issues and she's being manipulated by these two different people, these crazy situations. And then you see this scene where you're just like, no, she's a piece of shit too. She's just as bad as the lot of them.
Happened in real life, except it was a little more, here she goes out partying and ties up Amy for a few hours. She would be asleep by the time I got back. Ties her to the bed. Now, the kid is older, right? The kid is old. Like, why would you tie her down?
Right.
And, like you're locking her in. The babysitter's not around. Ties her hands to the bed so she can't get out. In real life, she tied her down hands and legs with a clothesline, like for in the old days when you hung clothes on a clothesline. But yeah, tied her up in the bed with clothesline. Ugh. And he, Sam is like, where is she? Where is she? Calls the babysitter over, goes and finds her. Calls the babysitter, and then the phone rings. And it's Nikki calling him at his house. He's like, I'm just calling to check on you, which is something he would have never done. So he knows. He knows.
Isn't there just before that, like Sam's in he's like at dinner in one of his club, and then like he goes, I'm just gonna go home, and one of the managers phones Nikki, like they do like that. So he's got them. He's got his own. He's got his own people in the hand, so he knows what Sam is doing at any one point, and he goes, So I'm gonna kind of tell you like where she is, because she's out of control. She's out of control at this point. Like whatever, like he thinks of Sam, like him tying up anything is like the kid is just, he's probably like, she's here, that's it. And then they all have the scene, and it's again him going like literally. I like the gate. It's Nikki, like before he goes introduce, that he stops him and he's like, calm down, not here. And he has to take a moment. It's like, well, I don't like, I'm effed off with her, but I don't want you to be effed off with me. Like he's still got that, I know who you are, I know you're a bit of a nutter. So he's like that still concern of like, I'm going here to confront her, but I know what's going, he's got it in the back of his mind of what's going on with them too. And then that's and he just like the calmness in a way, if like most people, if like they found out their other half was on drinking drugs and they tied up their daughter would be not as kind. It's like, he's just get out, and he's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna kill you, and he's like, he fist pumps the table a couple of times, but that is really it, and he gets them home.
She is out of it.
She
She is
yeah,
out of it.
she's all over the place, and then even that they go back, don't they? Then I can't remember what she kind of says, but then she goes off again, then it goes back to the restaurant, and it's at this point Nikki loses it with her,
and he tells her, he said, "You screwed this up. You screwed this up."
And he
takes
kind
her
of
upstairs. Yeah, he throws her down the stairs.
Throws her out, and then this is where he kind of confides in Frank of like, I messed up with this broad. I should never have got in things. And I think this is the bit where he realizes this could come back to bite me.
What have I done, Frankie?
Realize
what have I done? All for some
later.
Broad. All for some broad.
Yeah, all for some broad. And it's literally, you couldn't have zipped it up. You literally went, your brain got taken over by your penis. That is literally, this is literally full on what you see with Nikki. He's not as clever. He just goes like, at the moment, that's what I want. That's what I'm going to get. And this is blatantly, he shouldn't have done it. It's like, I know he calls him the Jew, everything like that. He's not full Italian, but he's let his penis lead his brain. Literally, this is all the way through literally the last hour of this movie. Nikki is drawn in for stupidity.
And it's interesting too, because in this scene, it almost seems like Nikki thinks he's the one kind of playing chess, because he's the one who has the guy who calls him when Sam leaves the Vegas, the casino there and all that, and he calls Sam to let him know that Ginger's at his spot. It's almost like he's trying to maneuver the pieces on the board for once, and then just immediately realizes, shit, this isn't my kind of game. This isn't what I do. I've totally messed up here, because it just completely backfires in his face. Which again goes to his character. He's the muscle. He's not the thinker. There's a reason he's not given the same responsibilities others are given in the mob, and why he is just there to be the enforcer type.
Yeah, look after our money, don't make the money.
Right. And even more specifically, look after our money makers. Like, make sure you're protecting them and protecting the money, protecting the interest. Don't come up with your own schemes for money. We don't really want you to do that type of thing.
They're more important.
Right.
They're more important because they're making money. So she comes home. She gets immediately back in the car, drives off. She's gone. Exactly. So Sam calls Billy and says, "Do you have a gun?" And because he doesn't know if she's coming back, if she's coming back with Nikki, if she's coming back, who knows? So
I took that kind of reaction to it, and how they kind of wait for trouble to come, as I think at this point he realizes, all right, this is a whole bigger thing. One, Nikki's now trying to steal her like entirely, because I think in his mind he sees it as Nikki wants her to be his woman at this point. And two, he realizes Nikki's going to come back and fight. If that is the case, where Nikki is trying to take her and all that, he's going to come back to to fight the way that a mob boss or mob higher up would.
But I find it's funny because you see, and they probably might in the book, Nikki is completely besotted in love with his son, and he respects the family unit. So this is just a dame on the side, let's put it in that way. So I don't know if it's different in the book. They get what happens in the book with his family, because you don't see his family at all.
Yeah, no, after that last scene, I think with his son, I don't think you see his wife or his son much.
He was still very close to his wife and son, and the wife was very good friends with Jerry in the book, but they were very good friends.
Yeah. So I think for him, this is always
going to be a mistress. Yeah, it's like a mistress, like that.
Kind of. At this point, I don't think that Sam knows that. Like, I think Sam thinks it might be more of him trying to actually, form some relationship, or at the very least feel like he has to defend her, even if she is just a side piece type of thing. But he's not realizing that Nikki had just thrown her straight out of the building and realized his mistake, whereas, oh shit, this is really going to backfire on me.
Yeah. But now you got everything starts to tie in. It goes into Sam kind of like, please turn up. After she comes back, she kind of absolutely, it's a great scene of an absolute somebody out of control. like
Mhm.
acting wise, this is a great scene.
Mhm.
And
Yep.
it's a bit of a not nice scene to watch, but great scene to experience, I suppose. Like because she's out of control. Even like she's just all like she's all over the place. What you would expect for somebody in her like mental
Mhm.
condition and even on drugs and all that. She's just literally like, oh, but how she does it. Sharon Stone is brilliant in this. And like, you
Yep.
know, like other movies she's been in, maybe people don't think she's that as good. But in this one scene is really, really good. I like that because she's just like antsy. She's like, oh,
I
like,
think she's
oh, like that. Yeah,
fantastic.
yeah.
Yeah, it's great acting.
Like when she goes into like the into the clothes room and she's like, I need this and that, and then she goes like to the bank after she breaks in, gets the keys that she has the right to go to the locker room, and then she's just like she's still a bit blasé, but like playing it like she's like little, you know, she's still on something, and then like she's getting the money. Sam's trying to stop the bank, and they're like, we can't because you signed it over.
You signed it over.
Right.
We can't do, there's nothing there. And there's even Pinks where she's so out of it, she gives like there's a bundle of cash and she just gives it to the cop.
Here,
And the
take
cop's
it,
like, I
take
can't
it.
take that. And he's just like, okay.
Yeah, but if nobody's looking.
Okay. And it's like that. But like even to the thing is, it's like I like over that, and like what you find out a little bit later is there's the FBI are watching it all.
They're watching
They've been
everything.
watching everything like, and it's like that. So she goes out, and then the two, I suppose they're like two of the local cops, Nevada cops, are like, we can't do anything. We got that, and he's like, can't you even do it for speeding? And then the two FBI are like, let's pull her over. And there's just that little scene. It's like I love it. It's just great acting. Is when she's just doing that sobbing.
I just wanted
love
my
that.
money.
It's
I
like,
had to
yeah,
get
yeah,
my money.
what's good? And then she
Right.
doesn't realize like we're arresting you for I think like
Aiding and abetting, I think it
Aiding
was.
and abetting.
yeah. Like we're doing like that because they think that she's the one, she's the weak link. That's what they believe, that she's gonna get out them all. She's the one who's got everything. And I love that. So they pull her over like that and she just breaks down. And I think that this whole it's like a 5-minute scene of like this chaos from her like restaurant to that bit, like maybe in like 10 minutes or like that. And I think it's a great scene because you know everything's just gone wrong, and then of course you get we've introduced the FBI who are doing their first arrest, and then you've got the FBI are closing down the casino. Kind of like that. They come in with a tape. Everything's closed down. Yeah. And then you've got Sandy, you can't help me in the name. The guy who's been writing all the names.
Oh, I forget his name, but the guy back home, right?
Yeah, the guy. So they get
like,
him.
Adi
They raid
Piscano.
him. Yeah, that's it.
And
Yeah,
he
they
has a
raid
heart
him. And
attack
I love
right
that. He
then
has
and
a heart.
there.
They're like,
Yeah.
they went. And the thing is, he the dumbass had a heart attack and died in front of his wife or whatever. And it's like that. But like how they did it, went, thank you for the jackpot. But he's like stacks of like these like ledgers.
He
like,
says, oh, they're my mother's books.
Yeah.
Name
And-
everything in those books, every dollar, every name, every date.
Yeah. Time, date, stamp, bang. And then everybody starts to get, like you see it, everybody starts to, they just go in, raid everybody starts to get arrested. It's just like the downfall. And then it's a good scene, like they just like anybody who wasn't there, they would try and out. But then there's the scene as well with like what this was early 70s, now it's like 80s.
Yeah, I
It's
think like almost 83, because I think that's where the first scene with the car explosion takes place.
Yeah, and I'm sure
that year.
Yeah, so there's like they have an indictment, don't they, with like all the bosses who are named in these ledgers, and they're like, you know, they've either got like oxygen mask
They're
on,
really
in
old,
wheelchair,
though,
like they're really old. They're like some of them, you know, they shouldn't they're in full-time care. I think they even say that they had to have their nurses there.
Yeah,
they're like, you know, when this probably started, they were probably in their 60s, and now they're in their like 80s and 90s. It's like it's really, really like showing that. But then they still have the balls in it. They said they had a meeting in when there was like a break in the proceedings to have who we're gonna off like in the courtroom. And they had this massive meeting, like the mob bosses and like that. And that's when you you find out the scene. If they're talking about that, who she thinks, and I think they even like Nikki is a Marine, never gonna squeal. I think they're like that. They're like
Yeah,
it's
because
like
at
that.
this point they're talking about the what's his name, Andy Stone character, who kind of the one who got Rothstein into the job and all that.
Yeah.
It's kind of been a big, planner behind the scenes of all this. And they're all, like you said, going around the table like, he's a Marine, he won't squeal. I've always thought he was a good kid. One after the other, all saying good guy. We should, essentially alluding to the idea that their vote is to let him live. And then Remo immediately just like, yeah, but it's not great to keep loose ends out there.
Why take a chance?
Yeah, why take a chance? Exactly.
That's what I think.
I see
Anyway,
it. I see it.
I love, but it's like that shrug of the shoulders. It's just like, yeah, but why take a chance?
Right.
And it's like, oh, and then so you get them hunting down. They kind of off some guy in the snow. Don't know who's.
That's the
non-Italian
character.
Yeah, and then you get
one who goes to Florida or Costa Rica.
Yeah,
Costa Rica, and he
that was the counter. That was the guy who'd do the counting and skim off the top.
And then he only got back. He was out of it, but because his son got arrested for something, they were
afraid. Right.
Just in case. And then you get the scene. Who wants to explain the scene?
So is this where we get Nikki?
Yep. We get
Nikki.
Can
we not go there quite yet?
Okay.
I did want to. I'm so glad you mentioned when the old guys are sitting around and the shrug of the shoulder and what that means. You will find that shrug of the shoulder in different mob stories. And it's I'm not giving the order, but you know what I'm saying. And I'm going to give you one of my favorite uses of that in The Sopranos, when Junior Soprano goes to Livia, Tony's mother, to get approval to put a hit on her son, the acting head of the mob family who is in competition with Junior. And for those of you who haven't seen The Sopranos, I know this doesn't make sense, but for those who do,
spoilers.
When Junior says to her, I can't do this, Livia. It's your son. He's making trouble for us. And she goes, That's her giving the okay to murder her own son. And she did it in a few other scenes too, when there were two of the younger mobsters, gangsters who, murdered the wrong people. And one of them was, a family member. And she goes, well, Christopher, he's okay. He put in my storm windows last year, so he's okay. The other one though, and she does the shoulders. So in this scene, that exactly made me think of, there are scenes in The Godfather like this. There are scenes in Goodfellas, in The Sopranos, in other mob stories. But anyway, that shrug of the shoulder, that's gotta do what you gotta do.
Right.
Without saying it, that's what you do. I'm not vouching for you. I don't have anything bad. I don't have anything good to say about this. Now, and one more thing, before we get to that scene, you've got the rest of the legal machinations happening. You've got some, other arrests going on. It's really the kind of the end of the end at this scene. Now, what do you notice differently earlier throughout the movie? And we've heard it 2 times, and it is definitely in the books. There are a lot of holes in the desert. There are a lot of holes in the desert, and there are a lot of holes, a lot of problems in those holes. So, what do you notice about this scene? Where are they?
In a cornfield.
They're not in Las Vegas.
No.
Do we think they're in Las Vegas? They're not in Las Vegas.
No, because they say, don't they, they had to meet someone else, don't they? They said we had to go. Like, I can't remember what they said. They say they don't allude to it, like they had to meet somewhere
thousands.
else.
So let's talk again about the scale of America. This is thousands of miles away. This takes place in real life many years later. In Indiana, in a cornfield.
Okay, I would have said Nebraska, but fair enough. Indiana makes sense.
Yeah, in this film, I think a lot of people think this is happening right away, the next scene, right? And a lot of people are like, oh yeah, they're just doing. and it doesn't hit anyone that there are no cornfields like this anywhere near Las Vegas, not even within a drive from Las Vegas. So they have relocated their operations. And remember, they say, hey, they sent your brother Dominic out here. It's not out here to Vegas. It's out here to Indiana. And of course, the film didn't have time to go into all that. And in real life, they didn't send one of Nikki's brothers. They sent 5 of Nikki's brothers. So I'm just going to let that sit there. I'm just going to let that sit there. In real life, Nikki, who is Tony Spilatro, disappears along with his siblings. And later they find him and one of his brothers in a shallow grave, beaten to a pulp, exactly as we see in this scene. But I did just want to share, it's a totally different, that's one of those.
What happened to the other 4? We don't know.
They don't know who did it. I guess they made assumptions as to who did it, but I think they were missing
so they only found the 2.
Others. No, I think the others survived, but I don't. The book doesn't go into it. But they were missing
maybe
for the
made them watch at least.
Could have been. So back to this scene. The movie does make it seem like it's happening at the same time.
Yeah, this is like if you're gonna go for Casino, this is the scene that reminds you of Casino.
Yeah, I'd say it's like the signature scene for sure.
The signature scene. Now, it's literally so. I don't know how to explain it. Literally, so they all turn up as friends.
So I believe they trick Dominic and Nikki's character.
Sorry. I'm going to have to stop. We've missed one scene. We've missed one scene. Ginger's demise.
Oh, right. Ginger goes before Nikki and
she does.
His brother. Yeah, so they kind of just you hear more narration from I think Sam at this point kind of explaining how everything's crumbling, and then you go to this scene in this crappy looking hotel room and all that, and you hear Ginger's character kind of
she goes no
so much. Yeah,
no.
It's like
she says no.
It's kind
she
of like a moaning, kind of like
it's literally like a terrified
one, but it's more like
it's literally please don't don't know. And then they explain like Sam kind of reiterates literally I needed a second autopsy done it, and that's how he explained it. And then she falls.
Right.
You see her in the scene also fall down.
Right. They essentially allude to the idea that she would have overdosed and died or whatever. And Sam doesn't totally trust that, so he wanted a second autopsy done. All that. And so then, and then she, he explains, he's like, I think she went through all that was left of the money was like $3,500, and she had taken like, I think he explained at least $1 million or something was in that box. So she'd taken a significant amount of money, and over a few months, she had about $3,500 left after having hung out with, other drug addicts and pimps and all that kind of stuff that she immediately went back to.
Yeah. So then the Nicky scene and his brother's not really in the scene as much, let's say that. But
his brother's almost kind of used more as like more torture for Nicky. His brother in this scene, obviously, the mob members kind of draw them out to this cornfield, and Nicky at this point thinks it's to talk about some business of going back to Vegas. And obviously,
but the impactful thing is when they're all smiley. Everyone's smiling. Everyone's happy, except for Frank, who you can see in the background, who's the last person to leave the car.
He's gearing up.
His one hand behind his back, and he's like you through the movie we've just seen, the 3 hours near enough of he likes them, but literally he's been told, and so he goes for I guess in a calf Achilles hit in the back or whatever like that, and then 2 of them grab onto Nicky. I'm gonna let one of you two take over the next bit.
So he basically immobilizes Nicky with a good shot to the leg, the ankle, calf, whatever it was, drops him to the ground. They pin him down, and as part of the kind of extra punishment, they beat his brother Dominic to a pulp with this baseball bat. With a few baseball bats, they all seem to have one, and as kind of extra punishment,
as well.
They're aluminum bats. The aluminum bats.
God, Jay, can't educate you more.
I'm doing what I can here, you know. The aluminium bats, they all start going to town, beating the crap out of Dominic, and you know, it's that extra, and making Nikki watch. It's that whole time he's just like, Dominic, you know, trying to plead with, not even so much pleading with them to stop, because I think he knows it's not going to stop. It's more of just like almost like a he's sorry to Dominic type of thing, like this is kind of my fault type of deal. So they beat the crap out of Dominic, like basically to within an inch of his life, but just enough.
Well, there's that bit is like Nick is like, yeah, when he's still breathing, is Nick?
Yeah,
he goes over, goes, he's still
Frank.
breathing. Can you end? Like he's just asking, just literally shoot him in the head
out of his misery.
Just literally, please. It's literally, I know. Like the thing is, Nicky knows he's next. And he's crying, but he's crying not for the fear of his own death in that scene. He's crying because of his brother.
Yeah.
Right. And which goes to show, like, it was a proper type of punishment, you know, in order to kind of set it home even more. They really thought that one out. So Nicky's pleading with this. Obviously, Frank gives him another whack with the bat, but by the narration of the end, I'm made to believe still not enough to have killed his brother. So then it
gives him like what you think would be one smack to the head, but could it killed him?
Maybe, but you know, not totally sure. And then they strip him down, they throw him in a hole, and then next comes the beating for Nicky, where Nicky now takes the same exact beating. You get a really gruesome look at his face after it, and he's still kind of gargling and just barely breathing enough that you can see, you know, the blood and stuff bubbling at his lips. And at that point, they just start tossing the dirt on him, and you see the dirt kind of going into his mouth and all that. And again, still breathing, both of them. You're meant to believe both of them because the narration kicks back in where I think it's Sam's character again saying, you know, they wanted to send a message, so they buried them.
Yeah, make an example out of them both, didn't they? That was it. Make an example, and it's just like, that is. And
I think
even to the guys who were there, that would have set an example. Like they were probably still like most of them who were there. That was their crew, and they got the order. You got to take out your, I suppose, number ones, number two is like that. And that would have sent the message because they would have told their ones, and that's it. That's the message. It's literally, how big you think you are. The bosses back east are still calling the shots. That's what happened. Like Nicky thought he was the boss back west. He thought he was. He got two big free boots, and that's it. And then they
too big for his britches to tie it back into earlier.
But the bosses back home were probably dead or in jail by the time that this justice was meted out, and that just shows you, like, they never forget. They never forget that this, you know, price has to be exacted for, you know, for screwing up so badly. And you know, when the bodies were eventually found in real life, they were stripped down, beaten to a pulp, and they were still breathing when they were buried. So that's exactly as it. I mean, the care. Scorsese could have taken some shortcuts here, and I always found this film to be a little bit choppy. Right. I felt like there was just so much crammed into the film, even though it's a 3-hour movie. There was just so much, but I realize now why. It's because he wanted to be so careful with the real life story and make each of these scenes, from the blueberries to, you know, the head in the vice to this scene, he wanted them to be exactly as they were. And wow, did he do his homework. You're absolutely right. That's a hard scene. That is the scene that sticks.
But if anybody's seen Casino, that's the scene you remember.
Yeah. And it's right at the tail end too. That's the interesting thing. I mean, it's one of the last scenes you get.
But then you forget is the next scene is the beginning scene.
Is the beginning.
Right. So I was rewatching
so you get
this
time. The suit,
the pink one.
Pastels, baby, pastels.
Yeah, that's a good look in it. Like, I'm hoping some people would have that as their wedding suit.
No.
It's not bad. Only if you get married in Vegas, you can wear it though.
Oh my god.
But so with this, I actually forgot until rewatching it that they kind of ran both of these a little bit simultaneous, where you first kind of see Sam's character Ace go into the car, it's starting to light up, and he's kind of narrating this process where he's like, talking about how the car was going off, and he says something along the lines of, I can't remember the exact wording, but it's something to the extent of like, the attempted hit on me was carried out by somebody that wasn't essentially sanctioned by the old bosses back east.
Correct.
And he's kind of insinuating he thinks it was Nikki. And then obviously you see the Nikki scene play out in the middle of it. And then you cut back to Sam's scene where he then explains the metal plate under the seat kind of saved his life, blah, blah, blah. So I took it this time around while watching it to be, because of obviously how Sam survives and then ends up going back to bookkeeping that we'll talk about in a second, and making more money for, these people. I took it this time around as the reason for the hit on Nikki was actually, and maybe this has to do with the years later that is to why it happened, was actually more related to him trying to put a hit on or trying to take out Sam's character, who is somebody that the mob guys back east still wanted to keep around, seeing as he was never targeted for a hit himself.
And
at
he
least
was
by them,
consistently making them money.
Right. So I
period.
took it as they wanted to protect him and actually keep business going with him after tying up all these loose ends, of which he wouldn't have been one. And then Nikki makes this mistake. Exactly. Right. So they want to keep him going. So he was never in the targets of the guys back home. He was the target of Nikki, which then made Nikki a target of the guys back home. So I'm not even sure that Nikki was supposed to be in this desert scenario until, of course, they catch wind of this attempt on Ace, which then they also assume has to be Nikki at this point. Now, not only are you unruly and a wild card that we can't keep control of, now you're trying to take out one of our cash cows. We've had enough. This is it. And he goes out in this brutal kind of fashion.
Now, one thing and in every other time that I've seen this film, to your point, I thought, him flying through the air and the flames were just terribly done. Right?
Yeah, it was very silly.
Why is Scorsese, who's very careful about every other scene, like I said, the first scene with Ginger, I think is one of the most amazingly shot scenes. It's not complicated, but you get the lights, you get the energy. She looks gorgeous. She is in control, and the two of them lock eyes. I think that's one of the best scenes in film history. And then you see this and you're like, ooh, these flames look weird. And these little flames coming out of the vents in the car. Let me read from the book. Again, I credit to Scorsese. It wasn't poor direction or poor effects. He's writing what Lefty Rosenthal wrote about this incident. He wrote, I had just had dinner and gotten in my car. I don't remember whether or not I turned on the ignition, but the next thing I saw were these little flames. They were only about 2 or 3 inches high, these little flames. They were coming out of the defroster vents. I didn't hear any noise. I just saw the flames reflected against the windshield. I remember asking myself, why is my car on fire? And then the flames got bigger. That's exactly how he filmed it. Those little flames that looked so phony and fake, and then they reflected on the windshield, which I thought looked so stupid. He did that because that's exactly what Lefty had written about what happened. And then he writes about the car exploding. I did not panic. I knew I had to get out of the car. I had to get away from the flames. I reached for the door handle. I almost torched my arm. The flames were shooting up between the seat and the door. Now I knew I had to get out of the car or I'd never see my kids again. By the way, referring to his kids, only one of which is his kids. The other is her kid, but he still considered Robin to be his kid. I threw my shoulder against the door. It worked. I fell to the ground. There were flames all over me. My clothes were on fire. I rolled around on the ground and 2 men helped me to my feet, and they got me about 20 or 30 feet from the car and told me to get down. That's exactly how he filmed it.
Yeah.
So, okay, so I probably owe Martin Scorsese an apology because I really used to giggle at those silly little flames coming out of the vents. I was like, why would he see little flames? The car just exploded. Well, obviously not. That's not how it happened, and he wanted to make it the way it happened.
Yeah, fair enough. Credit to him there.
And by the way, I keep reading. I don't want us to get copyright infringement. This is the book, Casino, Love and Honor in Las Vegas by Nicholas Pileggi. All credit goes to Nicholas Pileggi.
Now, I love the next bit because the next bit is just literally a roundup of Vegas. kind of like you see
with opera music in the background.
you kind of get old Vegas exploding, all the hotels going, and these monstrosities, these, as they say, Disneyland
Corporate. Yep.
the corporate things. And I always laugh at this bit because people it's literally the same. Literally corporate Mafia, they're doing exactly the same. It might look different, and I think that's what he was trying to play across. And that things like they've just done the same. Literally, they're just putting a different facade over it or something like that. And I do like that scene. It's like the explosions of the old hotels going, and then they've got the monstrosities of like it's like a fairground.
I hate Vegas. I absolutely. I've been there
I
twice.
actually enjoy it.
Yeah, I must say I want to go just because I think it would be like, oh my, and then just go. It'd be one
I
of them
will say
moments.
it's definitely worth checking out just to see, because it's such a
but then it's America's Playground, isn't that the nickname is now? Or
I don't even know.
It's literally. But
it's it definitely is an adult playground for sure.
You could let's be really kind. You could only get that place in America.
Yeah, fair enough.
Fair that is literally, like it's not like Disneyland, but like I always say, like Americans do stuff bigger. Yeah. And it's like everybody's like who works there needs to be more flamboyant and more happier. And that's Vegas. That is Vegas. It's literally you can do that like that. You can like here we go. Disneyland Paris. It doesn't work because it's Parisians. They're a certain breed of character. It wouldn't work in it like Disneyland or that. Like it works because like Americans can give you fun. You can give that, and that's like what Vegas get. Like you're over the top. Whereas, like, even like if you go for the British, we've got that like a little bit of a literally a bit concerned, stiff upper lip sometimes. Like we just back it down, just drag it down a little bit, just a bit like that. But you kind of love that. But like the whole like showgirls, the whole you have like in Vegas now you have. Like Britney Spears on for tour for 6 months, whatever, like that. The residencies and all that. It's just like you give that glamour, and that's something a world beyond what is norm is like that, and that is Vegas. And it could only happen in a world, like the land of the free, I suppose you want to call it. That could only happen in America, and it's just like I love that. The concept I love about this movie is the casino concept is literally. From the flamingo being brought up. Is it Bugsy? Is it that movie? Is it that?
That was Bugsy Siegel
with Warren. But it's called. It's called Bugsy, isn't it?
Warren
the movie.
Beatty and Annette Bening.
Watch that movie. It gives a good insight. It's not a great movie, but it gives a good little history tour of how it began. Of literally how that literally pocket of dirt, I suppose, desert literally became what it is now. And it's amazing how that unreal estated property has become NFL's there. You got ice hockey there. It's like what is going on? And you're gonna get like now you got Hollywood's Mark II is gonna be there, and it's just literally growing, and this literally pocket of dirt really is literally well, I mean nowhere else in the world you could have that. And it is like I say, you're probably gonna get like people, you got like corruption, all that, and you've had from the 70s and like 80s now to corporate, but bloody hell, what like how you can transform a little pocket of area and just make it work. It's literally it always amazes me in the best and the worst, I suppose, like that. And that's Casino. What is trying to portray of like 70s to like the 80s is like trying to show that change in the characters, like what we see, and from when it was there for the Mafia and then corporate, and now what it is. It kind of gets you kind of invoked into that kind of history of Vegas, and it is it's its own history. That is you could do was it a university course or whatever on a book and write a few books about Vegas. You could make your living off
There's
writing
a
books about Vegas.
there's a good series called Crime Story, which goes into it's probably maybe 3 seasons. Very underrated. It was on in the early 90s, late 80s when I was a kid, and it was fantastic. It was about the birth of Vegas in the 40s and 50s. It was a small airstrip stop for
Mhm.
planes to refuel on their way to California, and it was a place to get as far away from the law as possible. And that's what it was. It was to get away, to be in the middle of a desert so that you couldn't be, controlled or overseen by the law, and you could do whatever you wanted.
Was it an
Um,
old prohibition place or something?
so it
Or something?
was kind of funded
Mm.
out of the profit from prohibition.
Mm.
So it was one of those places where, they quote invested, if you can say that criminals invest, but yeah, they invested their profiteering from. They wouldn't have made money there during prohibition because there weren't enough people. You had to be in
No.
a big city to make money.
No, I
But
mean like a hub. Like a
yeah,
hub.
a
So
hub
it's open.
for
Yeah.
the money from prohibition got funneled there to build up, an entertainment slash, you wanted to bring people in and gamble and
Mhm.
make everything legal. And that's where it started. We're far away from the law. Everything's legal here. So gambling is legal and prostitution is legal and all kinds of dirty dealings is legal. And as AWOL says, someone put a dam nearby. Yeah, Hoover Dam is nearby. Um, and there's a lot of, politics behind that, but Hoover Dam supplies all of the electricity for the West Coast, for California. That electricity from that dam, most of it doesn't go back to the states that are impacted by having that river dammed up. That's a whole thing. I think there's movies about that. But that all goes into California. Um, all the, electricity. It's not water. It's not
Mhm.
about the water. It's about the electricity that's generated. But yeah, just it is a fascinating it's a fascinating part of history. There are so many films and movies, kind of about it, but that's crimes. Check out Crime Story. I really, really enjoyed that film. And there's some of the not the big, huge film gangsta stars, but you'll see 2 or 3 people in Crime Story. Oh, I should put that on my matrix too, who end up showing up in The Sopranos and like Dennis Farina. Some of your bigger, again, Italian actors
Mhm.
are the the crime gang in that series.
Very interesting.
So anyway, what we've missed today, and like we had a little snippet. You put it up earlier. The stats. Sandy, bring up the stats.
Yeah, I shared the notes because because Abe asked the question, "Oh my gosh, is this a true story?" Yes, it is a true story. And again, very, very faithful to the film. Let me pull up the numbers. And I did check. Sharon Stone, she was nominated. It was for Best Actress, not Best
Actress.
Supporting Actress.
Okay.
She
I
did
would have
not
thought
win.
supporting.
Um, Here's the thing, like, who won that year then? 'Cause she didn't win. She
She
did
won the
win
gold. I think she won
on the
Golden
Golden Globe.
Globe. There you go. There you go.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So it was made for a $52 million budget, pretty hefty for
Yeah.
1995,
Yeah.
which is 108 million today. This movie didn't make a lot of money. It
Mm.
probably didn't gross any earnings because it only doubled. And when you always have to take in
I
marketing and
said that. I think that was it because it's a 3-hour movie. Like
yeah,
you
I
look at
think
1995. Like what is Goodfellas? Quickly, Sandy. How long was that? That's got to be like
At
2 hours.
least 2.5.
Two,
at
two,
least
two,
20 minutes shorter. Yeah, for
Yeah, yeah,
sure.
it's the things, but that I think runs a little bit smoother than this movie. As you say, it's a bit
Does.
janky.
It's
It's
not as
like that. So,
choppy.
like, and 1995, what else did you? I can't off the top of my head. What else you got kind of moved out? But they're not 3-hour movies. That's a
No.
long time. Like the cinema demographic of who was going there, like, it's not a 3-hour movie. You don't have 3-hour movies. You have like maximum you can have 2 hour 10, 2 hour 20, and that was considered as a long movie. This is shy. I think you said Jay 2 minutes of
About 2.
3
Yeah, I
hours.
want to say it's like 2:58. It's like 2 minutes short of 3 hours.
So you're thinking about, like everybody, not in the 90s, you're going to have what?
Are you
20
ready
minutes, 20 minutes of like,
1995?
go on. Who was there? Go on.
Top film, Batman Forever. Number 2, Apollo 13. We're going to spend a lot of time on Apollo 13. Number 3, Toy Story. These are huge blockbusters. And then it kind of goes down, number 4 is Pocahontas. You've got a lot of Disney films here. Number 8,
this
Crimson
was in that
Tide.
90s kind of golden age for the Disney animated.
Speaking of golden age, we got Golden Eye at number 9. And okay, I'm gonna go bleh. Waterworld at number 10. What a horrendous film that was.
But a lot of people went to see it. A lot of people went to see it though. So that's it.
Casino almost didn't even make the top 50. Casino was number 44.
But you've got a lot of I don't know what you call it in the US, but you got a lot of PG movies there.
Wow.
So like very like you have a lot of like that was like Batman Forever. That wasn't like the ones before it were what we call 12
Pulp
in the
Fiction.
UK.
Braveheart that year. Braveheart number 21.
That is an amazing movie. Highlander.
Yeah, where's Highlander when you need him?
But yeah, the top 10 here. I mean, again, Batman Forever, Apollo 13, and Toy Story. Holy moly! You're not. Yeah, and they all grossed. Batman Forever, 184 million at that time.
See, I always find this now is in intermissions. Please give an intermission. Like these movies, like because this could, as you said, it could have been a 4-hour movie. Give an intermission. Why don't they do that today? It doesn't like I've watched watch whole movies and it comes up with intermission. Like what's it? Who won the West or whatever it's like.
How the West was won.
Yeah, How the West has an intermission, and the movie DVD still has an intermission, and it's just like have an intermission. People won't mind. Like you need to move your bum. Like I need to go for a pee. You don't want to miss the movie. Have a 10-minute intermission. Let people go into the lobby. It's like unfortunately, like I don't know what it is, like things, but our lobbies are crap. It's like that. Like they're not very much fun.
No,
it's like that. They're giving it crap. So yeah, it's
too.
like I think like now, cinema's got to be an event. They're making it an event. And that's it. And then
because people want to go. Like I want to go. I don't want to see everything on a little teeny tiny screen.
Yeah, I agree there.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, I was gonna dish all day. It's like if it doesn't go, if you're interested in the movie but you're not too sure, well, why can't I just wait 4 weeks and it's on TV?
Right.
On a streaming service. You're like, oh god, I hate that. No, hate to say it, I'm gonna be really old here. What was it like? DVDs used to be a year, or TV used to be a year, DVDs used to be or whatever, VHS used to be 6 months. They need to go back. They need to go back.
I agree.
But I think with this probably didn't do well. It's because it's just long. And the thing, and I think I said this earlier, I didn't realize until Jay said it's 5 years from
I think
Goodfellas.
I think that's something that Stasis and I discussed this before the show started. I think personally, the fact that it was so similar in terms of style to Goodfellas, plus you had some of the same actors returning, same writer, same director. I think it's looked, not that it was looked as bad or anything, even in the time. I think just the fact that it didn't do as good as it could have in the box office probably had to do a little bit with the fact that it was so similar and just released so close. I know 5 years sounds kind of like a lot nowadays because we tend to get sequels to stuff or follow-up movies from directors kind of like every 2 to 3 years. It's a little bit quicker of a window now. But back in the day, 5 years isn't that huge of a gap where I don't think Goodfellas got to breathe enough that audiences were craving another mob movie, especially, again, one so similar where the characters are very similar, the actors are the exact same, director, writer, all that stuff's the same. It's got a different spin with this casino and Vegas vibe for sure, but the ending is very similar in terms of one guy makes it out and everybody else gets whacked. The tone, it's just so very similar to what had just come before it that audiences probably weren't clamoring to get to it. Now that's just a hunch because maybe it was more of a case of it did actually gross a profit because people loved Goodfellas so much that they wanted one. It's just kind of a random assumption I'm making years later to kind of try and understand why it maybe didn't make as much money. I could see kind of maybe oversaturation too of just, mob movies were kind of hot at the time. We did Miller's Crossing. There was this one, so it was kind of a big thing at the time too. So I just kind of wonder if it was maybe a little too close in nature and in timeline of Goodfellas to have really been able to maximize on the success it could have had.
I think so. And so while Goodfellas was filming, and Nicholas Pileggi, wrote Wise Guy, which is the biography of Henry Hill on which Goodfellas is based. So while Scorsese was filming Goodfellas, he knew that Pileggi was working on another book, and it was this book. And he immediately said, "I want you to start writing the screenplay." And he said, "Well, I need to finish the book." And he said, "No, do it at the same time." They were rushing, to be prepared. Sight unseen, the book hadn't even been finished yet, and Scorsese committed to filming this one. Not just because of the critical acclaim of Goodfellas, but because Scorsese loves these films. He absolutely, he loves these films. And yes, he has his core group of actors, which I'm making this nice chart to show how, of the major, crime gangster dramas, you have the same folks. And
The
I mentioned
crossover.
it earlier before about, is Joe Pesci playing Joe Pesci? Not really. Once you read the book, you realize he's definitely, playing a different character. Is Frank Vincent playing Frank Vincent? Well, in this film and later in The Sopranos, yeah, he's the soldier. He's the guy who follows the orders. In The Sopranos, I won't jump to the end, but he's a major. He's really the major opponent to Tony Soprano at the end. And it's the same thing. He's going to follow orders. He's going to do what he has to do to protect the family, to protect the family, and to protect that way of life. He's the New York mobster versus Tony, who's the New Jersey mobster. But it's that way that these organized crime was organized. It was structured, and you had an enforcer, and you had everyone had their role. So a Joe Pesci / Nicky Santoro, Tony Spolatro, Tommy, whatever his name was, they are all the same character. They're in different stories, but they're the same character in real life too, because every crime family has that person who's going off, who's going off and doing stupid stuff. And then you have the enforcer, the calm one who you can trust to follow the orders at the end, like a Frank Marino, Frank Collada in real life. I have a better appreciation now. Again, I keep saying this. I'm sorry, I keep repeating myself, but having read the book, I do have a greater appreciation for the storytelling in this film, which I probably criticized a bit before understanding, and maybe I thought it was a ripoff of Goodfellas, and maybe I thought Pesci was just phoning it in. But regardless, book or no book, I think Sharon Stone steals the show. I think her performance is absolutely stellar in this film. And it's like, again, I gotta look up and see who did win the Oscar in 1996.
Yeah, I'm curious.
Because she should have, who won Oscar?
Meryl Streep.
You get tired of it. Let's see. Kirk Douglas, best film, best. Okay, show me the women. Come on. Okay, close enough. Susan Sarandon for Dead Man Walking.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
And then all the Braveheart Oscars. I'm so sorry to say. But Apollo 13 won 2 for editing and for best sound. Oh boy.
What won best film that year? I'm curious.
Braveheart.
Did it? Oh my goodness.
I know. But Nick Cage won interestingly enough, for Leaving Las Vegas.
Las Vegas, yeah. Very powerful, disturbing movie. You would probably only watch once or twice, and then you never watch again. But great performance for everyone. Yeah.
But Pesci and De Niro didn't even get nominated. There were no other nominations for Casino. She was the only nomination for Casino.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
really get the feeling that it might have just been too close to Goodfellas, where people felt like they were just seeing a bit of honestly some typecasting, like kind of what we just alluded to there, without realizing the story behind it. It does seem like it's just a bit of typecasting for De Niro, for Pesci, for Frank, for a lot of these guys. I wonder if that just kind of gave it a bit of a negative, not even negative so much as just that we've seen this before. We've just saw this type of outlook towards this movie.
hmm And I think what it's known for is the memes. It's known
Mm,
for,
Yeah.
but it should be also known for the cinematography. I think the cinematography is
yeah,
great. The costumes should have been, there should have been a Oscar,
Yeah.
but
mhm.
there's a lot
Costumes are
of
great. When you
competition that
rewatch it,
year.
it does for you. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
Foundationally, it's a really strong movie from all aspects.
yeah. Okay. Strong movie. I'm gonna have to ask. We didn't do in the last one. Is I'm guessing everybody's gonna recommend this movie.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Everybody's got
Yep,
to see it.
yep, 100%.
Okay. So I'm gonna go for out of 10. Jay.
All right, I'll go
And
first since
why?
it was mine. I give this one about an 8.2, 8.3. I think it's a really, really strong movie across the board. I think the acting is great. Sharon Stone definitely highlights it. She does wonderful in this one. But even the small roles, the Don Rickles, the James Woods, the random
hmm
dealer who's getting cards thrown at him from Nicky, when he's having his kind of outburst at the end of it there. Even the small roles are just well acted. The story is very tight. I think it is a little choppy in terms of the editing. So I
hmm
think the editing could be a little bit better, but I think the story is tight. I think the dialogue is great throughout it. The narration is something that is common in these movies from Martin Scorsese, but not super common amongst movies as a whole. So I really like the narration in this. I like the split narration, even though it's probably 70% from Ace's perspective. But when you see, I was going to call him Tommy because Goodfellas. When you see Nicky's character come in with his narration, it's a nice kind of, different vibe in terms of perspective than what you get from Ace. And then you even get that little slice of narration from Frank for about 10-15 seconds where
Yep.
he pops in to do a little bit of it. I just really like that. It's not like I said, it's not super common. You see a ton of narration in movies.
Mm.
Although it might be for his movies and his style, but that's great. Cinematography is great. One thing I do love is another thing that I do love, I should say, is how they make Vegas a character. And Vegas, it's similar to like a Gotham and a Batman movie where
Yes.
Vegas is its own or a Hogwarts for Harry Potter, where, when you see it, you
hmm
kind of like get that little chill of like, oh crap, that is, classic Vegas. It's its own character. It's living, it's breathing. And that very much is true to Vegas as a whole, even though it's different to this day. And I liked how they had kind of, with the downfall of all these mob characters, you also had the downfall of Vegas as they knew it. And then it became
hmm
this more corporatized lack of style and kind of nice finishing touch things that, they pride themselves on beforehand. So the handling of Vegas, I think, is great. Cinematography, again, top notch, costume, the whole deal. I mean, just a really, really strong movie, fundamentally.
Sandy.
That is a great insight, Jay. I didn't even think about that because I often comment about that on, television shows about how I think that, a place is also its own setting. So
Mhm.
that's a great insight. I'm going to do what I did with The Great Escape, and I'm going to give the film a numerical rating for the film, and then I'm going to give um, a test score for historical accuracy. So I give the film a 7. I think it's a pretty strong 7 for all the same reasons. Great cinematography. Really, it's choppy. I would have it rated higher if it wasn't choppy, but I
Mhm.
understand why it's choppy. I understand. I think earlier when we talked about the length, like what could have been removed. Actually, I do think the love story between Ginger and Nikki could have been removed. It wouldn't have changed the story.
Mhm.
You still could have had her going off and spiraling into drugs, but then that wouldn't have been true to the story because that is
Right.
historically accurate as well. So I give it a 7 for historical accuracy. I give this a B plus. This is spot on, and as much as one would kind of look at this and say, oh, there's no way that could be, there's no way he's counting blueberries. He's counting blueberries. There's no way that she flung trays of chips up in the air. She did. She absolutely 100% did that. So definitely a B+ for historical accuracy, and a definite recommend, 100%.
Now, for me, I'm going to give it a low 7. I think that is one. I think the movie is too long. Literally, if I go by movie aspects, I think the movie is too long. Now, for the editing, there are aspects of the story that could have been condensed. I think that is just, I say it, just bad directing. But like the love stories, they just drawn it out a little bit too much. Now, do I like the movie? I do. Now, do I rewatch the movie? No, I don't. I hate to say it.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Interesting.
Really?
I would rewatch the movie every 5 years.
Okay.
Guaranteed. Like, I'm gonna watch it because I'm oh, Casino. Yeah, I've seen that in a while. Watch it, and then I'm going, oh, it's a bit too long. That's it. Do I like the movie? I still do, but I just find it a bit dragging in places. So that's why I give it. It's a good movie. I just think it drags just a little bit too things. Now there's other like gangster ones, not Source Gaze, that just does it for me. Just delivers it a bit better. Is it a good, like I say, the story is of this? Is it the characters or is it Vegas? I would say it's more about Vegas. It's more interesting about the Vegas story than the characters story. Unfortunately, like that, if you just take them characters and put them somewhere else, like Reno, they like have a bit like that. I don't think it would be as interesting. I think the up of story of it's in Vegas, I think gives it a little bit more oomph into this, because I think the development, like what you get in other gangster movies, it's like what we said, like it's very similar to Goodfellas.
Yeah.
I think this is nowhere like if somebody went Casino, Goodfellas. I'm gonna go.
Yeah, I'd agree there for sure.
That's why I'm gonna have to drop it down, because Goodfellas has got its flaws, but I like the flaws. This one's got its flaws, and I don't like the flaws. But I still understand this. This is a good movie. It's Joe Pesci is Joe Pesci. He plays this kind of character really well, and it's different to Goodfellas, but he still plays them well. He's still that. Robert De Niro is probably the weakest acting character, even though he's the main star, and because he's going along with the story. Maybe that's how they wanted him directed, very bland. But like we said in the 3 hours we've been going, is that like there's little snippets of really interesting bits, but the gain. Whereas I like the whole story of, I know I'm going to say Goodfellas. I love the story. I love the full story. This one, when I remember it, I remember snippets, the moments. And that's why every 5 years I'll probably go back to it. Oh, Casino. I haven't watched that in a while, because I forget. I forget the bits and the things. And the bits I forget, I think it's just bad editing. I think this could have been really condensed and made a really more popping, more interesting film as a more fast-paced film. They dragged it out is because it's more to the story of the book, but I think the bits they did in that, they could have condensed that little bits in. There's a lot of it in that is needed to the story, but they could have condensed it into 30 seconds. But then that would have probably caused the problem that this movie is. And Sandy said it's very choppy.
Yeah,
it's very move on, move on. So yeah, I'm gonna give it a 7, but a low 7. So we got 7, 7, 8. It's still a good. It's still a recommend.
On the same range,
It's still a recommend. But yeah, I just think that at this time, I think at a 90s movie, way too long. That's it. Even now, I was like, there was certain person I was like, oh, it's a bit too long. It's just a bit too long. And that's the thing, is I like long movies, like Lawrence of Arabia. Love that because it needed to be epic. This isn't a epic movie. It's not one of those expansive epic movies. This is a story that just dragged. It was 3 hours just to be 3 hours. It's not like those epic movies that you got, wow, this is like a different sphere. So yeah, that's why.
But
So,
you know what?
yeah.
So to the writing though, so Goodfellas is written as a biography. So you're following just Henry Hill, and just about everything is from his perspective. This book is written as a history of a point in time, and it's not really a biography of Lefty. That's probably why it's choppy. Like the book itself is choppy because you're getting, okay, please, I am not comparing this to Game of Thrones, although, you know, there's the whole Game of Thrones thing. But each chapter goes back and forth between different perspectives of different characters, almost like, you know, A Song of Ice and Fire does. But it's not a biography, so it's not as cohesive as Goodfellas in the writing. So that's a really great point, James. Excellent point.
Yep.
But yeah, but then you get like him going further on Irishman. He just went longer.
Yeah.
same character just went, I'm just gonna go longer. And I think that's like the director trying to portray like the story into too much. And I think that's where you get good directors and iconic directors, but good directors and all that. You get the things that they know how to shorten a scene and like that and like that. But then you get editors who, you know, who are good at it, you know, like that. And I think you're just missing that. So I think Scorsese has the name now that he can just dictate what he wanted, and this is like that. And I think he just went a bit too far. But that's
well, and that, you know, let's not get, you know, The Irishman and The Departed were also, you know, I guess we'll talk about at least one of those, overhyped, because I really think his masterpiece is Goodfellas, and he didn't get any awards for that.
100%.
And so then
I don't think a lot of people got it. I think because it was so the genre and what was in it. I think it just got other things. Like if you, and I think you actually, it's quite funny. The same critics, I've read this, the same critics that didn't like Goodfellas then praised this. But they praised it because of Goodfellas. They praised it. Yeah, they went back to praise it because of Goodfellas. And it was like that. And I think it was just like the time. I think it was just like, you know, we looked at 1990, a gangster movie. What was in 1990? So yeah, it was a very different like time of like what's
a little ahead of its time.
Yeah, well done.
Excellent. Well, that was still that was oh my gosh, how long have we been talking now? Goodness
that
gracious.
was
3.5 hours.
3.5.
Longer as usual, longer than the film.
Right. I've noticed that the longer the film, the longer these end up being. So 3.5 hours for a 3-hour film. That's pretty on par. That's not bad.
But now, are you ready?
It is time.
It is time.
Everybody
now remember. Now wait, before you do, I think I interrupt you every time before you do this. Because I haven't started. Now I've always had 2 weeks to read a book, and I haven't started Cool Hand Luke yet, but it's an audiobook, so that'll be fine.
Okay. There's only one book, no?
Yeah, it's what is it? 11 hours. I think I can do it. It's pretty, you know, it's
11 hour audio. Okay.
It's like medium size.
Yeah, it's a medium.
I can do that in a week. That's fine.
Yeah.
So but you know, so this was a very fast read. This was 402 pages that I read really fast.
But you didn't have to read Halloween. There you go.
Didn't have to read Halloween.
I just want a good pumpkin styled next time.
Yeah. So anyway, but I'm all good. I'm a reader, so I'm all good. But I have Cool Hand Luke to start today. So tonight we'll start Cool Hand.
There you go. So again, I'm gonna ask chat, say what genre you want, because we've got it. I'm gonna start. Jay, you can't get 3 in a row. That's all I'm saying. If Jay gets 3 in a row, it's rigged.
That's right, because Cool Hand Luke is mine too. Yeah,
it is. That's the same. So
I honestly thought that was our next one.
Sandy's. We can't remember if it was. Sandy, you actually had one yet?
Yeah, Saturday Night Fever.
Sandy was Saturday Night Fever.
Saturday Night Fever, and we both put Great Escape on there. We can't
remember who put it first. One of us did.
We'll give a half point for each for that one.
Now so if Jay gets one, something's rigged.
We might just have to start calling it Jay's Film Club if I get the next
one. That's it. So Jay, what are you hoping for?
All right. So we've done a little bit of mob.
If you say gangster,
No,
We
I
had a
want
lot of gang
something.
stuff.
I want something a little lighter, honestly, because I feel like everything we've done so far. I think the lightest one we've done has been Great Escape, and that was a movie about breaking out of a prison camp in World War II. So I'm
And everyone
hoping we
dies
can.
at the end. 50
Yeah,
of them died at the
I'm
end.
hoping we
So.
can
Very,
find
very
something
light-hearted.
light.
Light-hearted, yeah.
It's that damn theme tune for that one. It makes it feel so much lighter. So I am hoping for something a little bit lighter, just for a slight change of pace.
Slapstick or comedy, I'm guessing.
So yeah, it could be comedy. It could. I don't know if we have anything that's just like a heartwarming kind of story on there. I'm not sure that we do.
We have got a few,
we must
yeah,
have
there is a few.
something. So something
Yeah,
that's just a little
I've
lighter.
got a
is
very
fun.
I've got one that is so British, and if it comes out, the British people will be like, "Oh my god, the Americans are going to cry." But it's light-hearted and it's so sad. It's an old ITV, a BBC kind of TV thing. I won't discuss it just in case it comes out there. But yeah, I got one. There's a couple. There's a couple.
I hope it's
There's a
something like
couple.
that. Something a little bit lighthearted.
Yeah. So Sandy, you are hoping.
It's been a long time since I've seen Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon.
Oh,
it's been about 2 years now, and I love that film. So wouldn't it be great to walk through that film? You and I have talked about it when you were prepping for, or no, because I put it on my fantasy list because it is part fantasy, part kind of mysterious martial art. But I was thinking the other day, I was like, "Ooh, I need to watch that film because I haven't seen it in a while." So yeah, let's see some Crouching Tiger. We can talk for
Okay. Is it
3 days on that.
Asian fantasy kind of ish?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be naive. I still want black and white. Don't care. But Sir Alex Guinness. I do it every time.
Want to see Sir Alex.
Sir Alex Guinness. Come on.
Woo-hoo.
That's it. So that's it. But we got, what's it? Galaxy Quest. Abe, Galaxy Quest. That is a good movie.
Not on the list.
I don't think it made it, but that is good.
Wait a minute.
Power Rangers. I must say that would be, if it's on there. I don't think I've ever seen
no
it.
and no. There's no Galaxy Quest.
Lord of the Strings. What's the Lord of the, is that Lord of the Rings? Lord of the Strings? I guess.
I don't want to know.
Yeah, I'm afraid that might be a specific.
Yeah, it might be something a bit odd.
Well, a very specific style of parody.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Let's share. Let's do this. Okay. Here we go. So we've got our list. We've got our. It's slowly getting bigger. The gaps, I guess, in that. But
because we've got 6 whole films out of 275. Yeah, we made a big dent.
Okay, I'm gonna count down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Do it.
Spin.
Watch, it's gonna be American Gangster now that I'm looking at it here. Just another one.
Don't. It's all good. It's all good. What is it? What is it? What is it?
Oh yes!
Okay.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, that's a good one.
We've been talking about that one, and I have never seen it.
Battle Royale.
I've never seen Battle Royale.
I also have not.
I read that. Brilliant. That is a good movie.
Ben, I love Teen Titans.
Brilliant.
Ben, I love.
There you go. Titans. So it's our first foreign movie. It's our first foreign language movie. There we go. So
the right one here.
There's only one Battle Royale.
Only one. Okay.
There's only.
Looks like it's from 2000. Yeah, looks foreign.
There we go.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
We got subtitles. Woohoo!
Yeah, we got subtitles. We're gonna have to get subtitles on for you. Yeah, if you don't. But this is the only way I can explain it for nobody who's singing Battle Royale, because most of the people who watch Hunger Games is this is the original.
Oh, that's right.
Even though the woman who wrote Hunger Games and she wrote Rip It Off. If you've seen Hunger Games, you're gonna see some very similar aspects to it. But this has got some gore in it. Literally, it's Asian people go massacre, but Battle Royale is mint. It is
awesome.
Great. It's I wouldn't watch it with anybody under the age of 16. Let's say that. There are some moments in it that you're like, ooh, but it is very, it's so at that time it's a bit crazy. Let's just say it's it messes with your head a little bit how it's done. But yeah, there are there are great bits. But I'm glad foreign. There you go, foreign first foreign.
Nice.
So that is good. Yeah, hit the like
I'm
button. But yeah,
excited. I hadn't
so,
seen that. I
but
haven't
I
seen
said
that.
this because is it your daughter loves Battle Royale? Sorry, Hunger Games. She went
Yeah,
to
yeah. My younger
yeah.
one liked
Yeah,
liked
when
the
you
book.
watch
She
this,
liked the
you'll be
first
like,
2 movies. She didn't like the
yeah.
3rd.
So when you watch this, you'll be like, I see
Uh-huh.
where they got it from. Ah, but
Not as
this is
clever.
very, it's. I'm sure. Yeah, Is it? I'm sure it is. It's sure it's Japanese. So you get that kind of, kind of weird kind of thing to it. Is like very much, but yeah, I love this movie. I love this movie. So this is me. This is one of mine, as you can tell. I'm stimping over it already.
Excited. Yeah, because
So
we
that's
hadn't
it.
seen it, so we didn't put
No,
it on the
exactly.
recommend
So
list.
yeah, so you two, you both haven't seen it. So yeah, yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry because there's some bits. If you thought the Vice scene was a bit, there's a couple bits that are a bit, but they're like that Japanese style that you go, I get where they were going for it, but there are some.
Yeah.
It's not creepy. It's just like, you went over the top with the blood and guts sometimes. But yeah, it's good. But the story in it, the psychology. This is where you have to think of it. Psychology. It's literally this is great. So,
Oh, nice.
yeah. So yeah, how would it? They haven't seen it. Abe, yes, that's it. We got a couple on there. Abe, don't worry. There's things like that. So yeah. But yeah, you're gonna like it. But the thing is, I can guarantee if you like this movie, you will want to see the next one and the next one. And it's like that. So there is
Well, we only have 270 left after this one. Only.
There we go.
270 left. After
So we've gone some. That's it. That is some weird weird
variety.
That is good. Yeah, very weird variety. That's it. Gangster.
Variety.
Cool Hand Luke. What would you call that? A drama?
Kind of a drama, just a real life,
Yeah.
it is based on a real story, just a real life slice of life.
Yeah, I'm guessing Battle Royale might be based on a real story in around about 5 years. That's the problem.
Story yet to be told.
Yeah, there you go. Anyway, so Abe after sci-fi. I'm guessing it's kind of science fiction like that. But yeah, I'm pleased. I'm very pleased. I'm pleased because you two get to watch it. I'm very pleased because when I got my girlfriend to watch it and she loved the Hunger Games, and I got her to watch this, she likes this more.
Really?
And she was like, oh my, this, she was like, oh, this is so much better. This is literally like, and she's not a subtitle person. That's it. But like, she loved this movie. She loved it. She was like, yes, I get it. I get this movie more because it's got more, it makes you, like that, don't show and tell kind of thing. It makes you at kind of that moment where you have to make up your own mind. Love it. That's what I love, the Japanese kind of artistry on their movie when it makes you think and it makes you go, need to sit back here and think about that. And it does. That's why I like that movie as well. Even though it's got it is very blood and guts and certain bits, but the how it makes you think is great. It is very, very good. So yeah,
and
I'm glad.
Based on a book.
Oh, is it? Yes.
I have a book to read. It is based on the book Battle Royale by Kushun Takami. So I get to read the book by Kushun Takami.
Well, by the time we do it, I want you to learn Japanese as well, so you can do that.
Yeah, that's not happening. However, the original Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon books, it's a series of books written in the 1940s. I kid you not.
Oh.
And they were translated only into graphic novels. So when we get there, and I have one of them, but I haven't read it. I just have it because it's beautiful. So I'll actually get to crack that open, and maybe I'll take some photos and video of the actual graphic novel when that one comes up.
Ben David wants Blazing Saddles. I don't think Blazing Saddles is on our list, even though it's
on our list?
No, to be honest, I don't know that we have a ton of comedy on there.
It is
I'm sure we have some, but I don't think it's just not what any of our minds went to in terms of a genre when thinking of great movies.
Yeah,
and probably get banned off YouTube for doing it.
Well, yeah, for Blazing Saddles. Yeah, that's channel nuked.
Even it's Blazing Saddles. Oh, sorry, just quickly. I like it, I don't really rewatch it. It's a great comedy. I know like some people really love it, and I understand that. But yeah,
I
not.
found it to be a little overrated. I haven't watched it
Yeah,
in a long time,
I'm gonna
and
say
it's
that.
not like I'm offended by anything in it. I'm a very difficult
I
person
like
to
it. I
offend.
like
I
it.
just didn't think it was that great.
Yeah, I do like it. And I say Mel Brooks, I like his movies, but I don't go, ooh,
I thought
like
Spaceballs was funnier, to be
Spaceballs.
honest with
Yeah,
you. Yeah, I thought that was
yeah.
funnier. I
Wait,
also like John
one of
Candy a
you
lot,
put the
though. So
producers on here, didn't you?
not in
That
the
would have
order.
been me. That would have
Yeah,
been
I
me.
don't like that film, but is it on
Oh,
here? It's
wow.
on here.
I
Yeah, you
yeah,
did. So you put
I
that that's a Mel
love
Brooks.
that. I do like that movie. It's because it's springtime for Hitler and
And that's all you need to know.
There we go. Jay, you've never watched it, have you?
No, I've never seen The Producers. I'm familiar with it, but I've never watched it.
Yeah.
It's
It is
cheesy.
it's very
Cheesy.
cheesy. It's cheesy, but it's very well written cheesy. And I mean that is like that. So that's we have to do it. It might come out next time. You never know. Battle
You
Royale
never
come out
know.
today, people. So we've got your next homework. And what's the book called, Sandy?
It's called Battle Royale.
No. Cool
Oh.
Hand Luke.
It's called Cool Hand Luke.
Oh, Cool Hand Luke. There you go.
Yeah.
Easy as. Easy as.
Easy
So
stuff.
if you want to go full Sandy nerd, I suppose I'm going to be nice, is go for the book as well. And I can't, this is a long ass movie, isn't it?
Let's see.
It's quite a long movie.
Battle Royale is only 2 hours. So
No, Cool Hand Luke.
Cool Hand Luke, on the other hand, let's see.
Cool Hand Luke, 1967.
2 hours 7. So
Okay,
no,
so
that's
okay.
not
I thought
bad.
it was longer. So yeah. So I had to explain. My girlfriend thought she watched it, and until I said we have to rewatch it with some boiled eggs. And she went, "What are you talking about?"
Yeah.
And I went, "You've
Jar of
never
boiled
seen the
eggs.
movie.
He's never seen
You've
Cool Hand
not
Luke."
seen the movie." Then. And she was like, "I don't get it." I went, "We'll watch it." And I went, and yeah, try to explain the egg, but we'll watch that, and then that'd be good. But there is one Carry On movie. There is one I put it on there purposely because you can't have any movie review without a Carry On movie. And I'm guessing you've never watched Carry On movies. So that's it.
I've never seen them. I know what they are, though.
I'm not even familiar with
kind
them.
of a Benny Hill genre of movie, I think. Is it?
Okay.
Yeah, they literally spanned in 40, 50 years. It must be. Carry Ons. There's so many of them. So I put one of the originals on. I think it's black and white.
Oh, AWOL.
So it's not. Huh?
Hang on. I'm sorry. Someone asked about the Pink Panther. I don't think we put the Pink
believe it's
Panther
on
on.
there, no.
That would be,
No.
you know what? That will be in the next round because that is I do like the Pink Panther.
The next round, how old are we going to be?
We're 90.
It's going to be the one for when our kids take over the show.
On those cold winter nights.
Now, this was an actual Tomby suggestion. Now, this chat would have to agree. Now, it would be quite hard, but is that he did say £20, and I don't know why £20. I think he said £20, like that. Super chat, you can add one on. And I said that might be a thing. But also, I was like, okay, I get that. But if they picked one that was on there, you're going to be really pissed off.
You get bad luck.
That's it. You're like, oh, unlucky. It's already on the list. And then you don't know it's going to come. So we might do special ones. We might do a special.
For super chat, we would double it so that it had a double chance.
That was a good idea.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
A slightly greater chance of coming up, but yeah,
we're
going to be here till we're dead.
Mm-hmm.
But the only person who we won't add is Highlander. That's the rule because he has.
I don't know if we can trust his movies anymore.
Awful taste.
Braveheart,
Braveheart and
Patriot.
Big Mel Gibson guy.
That's it. But then Abe would only pick Nick Cage. There you go.
He's Apocalypto on here. Speaking of Mel Gibson,
oh
is
no!
On our list?
Did I put National Treasure on here? Because
National Treasure's on there. It must be.
Yeah, that's a Nick Cage. Awesome.
The only one I could do we have Mad Max? Must be. I
thought so.
I put Mad Max on there, and we all rated it number one. Mm-hmm.
There we go. That's the only. Is that the only? I'm just having a look. Mel Gibson
what else
movie.
Would be Mel Gibson? Would we have put one of the first lethal? Would we have put Lethal Weapon in here?
I don't think so.
No, we didn't.
No, we didn't. No.
No.
Oh,
look. Oh, there's another good. There's so many good films in here. We don't have enough time. We have to quit our jobs.
There we go.
And do this every day.
Exactly. You could just do it like that.
If only.
But everybody in chat, I'm really hoping you're looking forward to next Jay's pick. Cool Hand Luke. So homework till the next time. And then Battle Royale.
I'm excited.
There we go. So yeah, it's good because I think like both of us, we've all watched these two. There we go. So I like it when we had something new. Like when we started off, none of us, except for you, like I watched it. I seem to have watched everything.
Yeah, I don't think there's a single one you haven't watched.
You're ahead of us both in movies watched. I
know geeky movies.
Wow.
Or any movies, yeah. But yeah, well, we started off with a movie that you both hadn't watched. So there we go. So episode 7, I think this will be episode 8.
Nope,
Wouldn't it be
8 will be Battle Royale.
There you go, Battle Royale. So everybody, your homework will be Cool Hand Luke. If you want to read the book, read it, and then Battle Royale. If you want to read the book, read the book. Otherwise, just geek out with the movies. But Sandy, what you got coming up? Anything in your anchor, your ventures onto around the States?
So yesterday and today is the Embassy of Greece, and the Embassy of Romania was the day before, and that got a whole bunch of comments. I get these strangest comments. You saw the ones from the Embassy of Mongolia. Yeah. You saw the ones from the Embassy of Mongolia when that guy wrote a whole treatise. But I only have 32 more little embassies to go, and I'm working on a couple of larger history projects, not generally for everyone's taste, but I do publish them on my Sandy Q channel, and then my instructional videos on my primary sources channel. And really, they're just there for anyone who might, want some information on a topic that they're researching. It's definitely not general interest.
I'm going to be a bit arrogant, a bit selfish. I want another Civil War one.
You want another Civil War one? I got like hundreds of hours of film to publish into some little Civil War. Yeah, I got my little Civil War journeys going on around.
You have to do it because if Gettysburg or Gods in General have come up, you're kind of screwed. We need it before it ends.
And my research doesn't go to Gettysburg because my ancestor fought in every engagement on the East Coast except Gettysburg. But I still go. It's close to where I live. I was just there a few weeks ago because you said Gettysburg in one of our chats. Literally the next day, I got in my car and I drove to Gettysburg. So I'm so lucky here, and that's my thing is like just being so close to all this history is just so easy. It's all right here. So yeah, I'm just out and about doing cool things. I'm also working on some projects to get people to write letters to document their own history, because letters are a fantastic way that researchers piece history together. So I'm on a real kick to make young people actually use a thing called a pen, and write some letters. So hopefully we can inspire some youngsters to keep up the art of handwriting and to write a few letters. So that's what I'm up to, and reading books. Start reading books.
There you go, Jay. What you got going on?
So honestly, nothing too specific right now. I've got to get some streams going again. I know it's been a little bit since I've done one, but been a little bit busy IRL, and then just kind of catching back up on some things lately. So in terms of specifics, nothing really coming up scheduled. Look for some reviews. I just watched that more recent Speak No Evil movie. I know they did one in like 2022 that I believe was a Danish film. They just redid it here as an American film with James McAvoy. So I watched that. I'll probably be doing a review on it.
What's that about? Sorry, what's that about?
So it's about essentially, a couple who has a child, and they meet other couples while they're on vacation and kind of seduce them in a way, not in a sexual way, but more in just like we're a really friendly family. You should hang out with us.
I like my Danish movies.
Yeah, they kind of trick them into essentially hanging out with them on their own estate, where you come to find out. And this isn't any spoilers if you've seen the trailer. This is one of those cases I'll mention in my review. It's a case of the trailer does a huge disservice to this movie by spoiling the entire thing. It's a bit of a slow burn kind of build up to the third act, and it would have been so much better if I didn't know what was coming because of the trailer. But essentially, the couple that's luring these families to their estate is murderous, and they, kind of that whole thing. So it's a horror thriller. I have my thoughts on it. It's all right. I'll go further into it in the review, but so that should be coming up soon. In terms of streams, like I said, my own personal gaming streams, I have to kind of just jump into the deep end and get going on those again. But in terms of planned ones, I think I'm all caught up on everything I had scheduled outside of, our future film club ones here. I will be doing my best to make as many Wednesday chinwags as I can in the future, but the start time is always a little bit tough with me for work. So you will catch me on there, just a bit sporadic. I'm never really sure when.
Talking about movies, I probably went in for one of my top 10 worst movies ever watched this week. It was a Netflix one called Uglies. I might make what's over that. I will rant the crap out of that because my girlfriend was, oh, this looks okay. Should we watch that? I was like, oh, first 5 minutes is interesting. Oh, does it hurt? Does it hurt? It literally is probably the worst piece of crap I've seen in a while. It's literally and the worst thing is I don't know who wrote it and then did the casting, but they take out
the warning
that they kind of go against the modern agenda. Let's say that if you're going to go for Disney modern agenda, they kind of cast people that shouldn't be in the role. And then they take out of the agenda themselves in the real life are about, and you're like, oh, that hurts and that doesn't make sense. And yeah, it's so bad. It's so bad. So Uglies, Netflix, avoid it. I might make a quick video just to say, please do not burn your eyes, because literally the worst thing is it stops like there's going to be a carry on. It's like no.
I'm looking at I'm looking at it on IMDb right now, and I can see the poster for it, and then I'm seeing the trailer, but the trailer's muted. It strikes me as like something from the Insurgent, Maze Runner era of early 2010s.
It feels, I said that it feels like the Insurgent kind of things, but then it just went into a rabbit hole it itself shouldn't have gone down, and it was just like, oh, you didn't realize what either the writer or the screenplay person was doing, and it just became a mess. And it's because of the casting and the direction of it. They tried to give, we want to tell this story because it's modern day, and then they just kind of took the piss out of themselves, and it's quite embarrassing. And it's just like when you get into be like, oh, why am I watching? You have to squint kind of really bad to go, I don't want to watch anymore. And just the acting in it is diabolical. But my girlfriend, when she said it, she went, all the main cast are in other Netflix ones. They go around, like that, your HBO Christmas movies. That does exactly the same thing. So that I might make one on that. Otherwise from that, I finished my Beyond Hate Hanwell. Can't recommend that game enough. Absolutely brilliant. Scared the living beep out of me many a times. Absolutely brilliant game though. Absolutely. Anybody wants to have a little bit of scare in October, buy it. It's cheap.
Fun to watch you play this game.
And it's early development as well. And it opens it up when you finish it. It like the main storyline, it opens it up for more stuff. It's great. Apart from that, there's been some updates on one Sandy. What's it called? The one that we like with the jetpacks.
Oh, the front. We need. Planetaries.
Planetaries. The front we need to do because they've done a new adventure game. They've done a new adventure bit onto it as well. And Tom B was nice to give me Alien Isolations. He said I will poop my pants.
I actually just got that myself. Yes, like it was on
sale. There you go. But I remember a Commodore 64 game. Aliens game on Commodore 64, and it was really hard, but that was really scary. So yeah, if it's like that, it's gonna be good. You can watch me like my body uncontrollably go, I don't like this, and then just freak out, and then have literally a moment going to the heart. But apart from that, yeah, it's gonna be the same. I'm doing more gaming, but I need to do more, as I always say. more pre-recorded. But yeah, it's just getting it on YouTube when we have time. We have time. So yeah, but I'm more like I'm loving, as always, the film club. I love it, and I'm hoping everybody in chat, because again, though I watched Casino recently, it was good to talk about it. And then like Cool Hand Luke, I've not seen Cool Hand Luke in probably 10 years. So
Me too.
Yeah,
yeah,
same for
so
me.
it's got that. So I'm glad that it's recommendations to people to watch who haven't probably watched it for a while. And there's going to be some shockers. There's going to be great ones. There's going to be disagreements, but I'm enjoying the wheel. I'm enjoying the wheel. So that's good. But yeah, so it's a good one. But thank you, chat, as always, everybody else for coming along, having a little thing. A's been very, very cool. So thank you very much, Abe. So don't forget the heart monitor. Yes, apparently they all like. I need to workshop heart monitor next time. That was the thing. They'd be like, "Oh, hospital." And that's why I always said, what would happen if somebody had a heart attack on playing one of them games live? What can you do? So I might have to put a code
Super
out.
chat 911.
Yeah, exactly.
Or whatever you guys have for it.
Oh no, there's been a couple of times it's gone, I need a minute. That game was literally, there was one part, and I think I put it as a short. I was like, I need a minute afterwards. It was like literally, why did they do it to me? Literally, the developers, give them all that. Literally, I screamed like a little girl. Let's just say that's the only way you're gonna put it. And I loved it, and I bloody hate that game as well.
You were screaming,
like,
"You bastard! You bastard!" You opened the drawer, the one where you opened the drawer, and it made the noise.
Yeah,
and you stood up, and putting your headphones down. It was great.
The worst thing is the girl from Washington. She was like, "You went proper British as well. You just went proper British." It's like that. Like, but yeah, there can be one. I'm guessing there's going to be more of that in the October Halloween season. Like we should have done a Halloween. But the wheel tells us the future.
Who knows?
The wheel dictates. We have no say.
The wheel dictates. But yeah, apart from that, guys, got anything else to end on?
Nope. Just as always, had a blast, and thank everybody for being here.
Yeah, that's cool. All right, guys. Until Cool Hand Luke, there's your homework. Have a great one, and we'll catch you in the next film club. Have a good one. Bye.
Bye.